Order. Honorable members, I have been informed by the whippery that there is agreement that there will be no notices of motions or motions without notice, except for the motion that is on the order paper. Order, members. I hate starting a day like this. I have to correct myself. I had been told that there would be no motions. So I will go straight to asking for the first order of the day.
Consideration of report of Select Committee on Finance, agreement on the new development bank between the governments of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Treaty for the establishment of a BRICS contingent reserve arrangement.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite the chairperson, the Honorable C.J. De Beer.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members. In June 2014, Brazil, Russia, India, and China and South Africa signed the Intergovernmental Agreement and articles of the agreement to establish a new development bank. The countries also signed the treaty establishing the Contingency Reserve Arrangement called the CRA. The committee welcomes the establishment of the NDB by the BRICS countries. We believe that greater infrastructure investment and the exchange rate stability can make a significant contribution to economic growth and social development. The committee understands the various complexities and the challenges, but believes that over time the NDB should have a more developmental and consultative approach than the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. It will also need to define its role specifically in the view of the existence of these two other multilateral institutions and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank and the African Development Bank. There will also be a need to clarify the relationship between the NDB and these other banks. The committee would like to see the NDB funding more infrastructure projects in Africa with more inclusive economic growth and development targets that contributes towards significant reducing inequalities both globally and within countries. The committee notes that the prospect of South Africa being able to access foreign reserves from other BRIC countries in terms of the Contingency Reserve Agreement may serve to reduce the country's risk of excessive currency depreciation. The nature of the arrangement is such that South Africa can draw on double its contribution to the CRA, which is a more favorable arrangement than for any other contributor. The committee notes the financial implications of the NDB for the country. $2 billion American dollars, approximately 24 billion rand at the current rates. Of the $10 billion subscribed capital must be paid in 7 installments. Honorable Chairperson, the committee received submissions from stakeholders on the formation of the NDB from the Center for Applied Legal Studies, they call themselves CALLS, and the Financial and Fiscal Commission that made submissions. Our report that was 80 seats got the full presentations captured in that. The committee supports the values underpinning the Center for Applied Legal Studies proposals. The committee agrees in broad terms with CALLS proposals, but recognizes that they may not all be easily to fulfill implement at this stage. The committee has at least some sense of the complex dynamics within BRICS and the NDB and the need to be pragmatic and incremental in managing this early phase. Honourable Chairperson, the committee made the following observations. The full details of how the country will meet its financial obligations as incorporated into the MTF will only be provided later in the year. It is not yet clear what the cost of setting up the African Regional Centre of the NDB in South Africa will be. The CRA has a number of possible benefits for the country through effectively expanding South Africa's access to foreign exchange reserves. But this is also accompanied by the risk if South Africa is called upon to contribute reserves, and the committee would expect to be kept informed of such risks as appropriate. The withdrawal of funds from the foreign currency deposit received account for the CRA does not directly affect the National Revenue Fund. The constitutional provision referring to Section 213, subsection 2 of the Constitution, requiring that withdrawal of money from the National Revenue Fund be done through an Act of Parliament, therefore does not apply should the CRA be called upon. In conclusion, the committee believes that the National Treasury needs also to give further consideration to the FFC's submission on the NDB and engage with the FFC on the NDB issues relevant to the FFC's role. The committee will monitor progress on the new development bank. The committee believes, Chairperson, that the consideration needs to be given to the formation of a BRICS Parliamentary Forum. The Select Committee on Finance, having considered the request for approval by Parliament of the agreement of the new development bank, tabled in terms of Section 231, subsection 2 of the Constitution, 1996, and the Treaty on the Contingent Reserve Arrangement, recommends that the House approve the said agreement and treaty. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Honourable members, that concludes the debate. I shall now put the question in respect of the first order. And the question is that the report be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow the provinces the opportunity to make declarations if they so wish. None. The Honourable Lewaskagni.
Thank you, Chair. I thought we're going in alphabetical order, but normally another honourable member does the declaration after I've done. Thank you. Honourable Chair. Yes, yeah. On behalf of the Western Cape, we would like to declare the following declaration on the BRICS New Development Bank. The re-establishment of the BRICS New Development Bank to fund infrastructure and sustainable development projects within member countries and throughout countries of special interest to BRICS will initially be capitalized by $100 billion. This initiative, as proposed by BRICS, will need authorized capital of approximately 1.2 trillion in rands, of which South Africa's contribution is $10 million. This is approximately 120 billion rand, or 13.5% of our national budget. Whilst the DA supports infrastructure development and sustainable projects throughout Africa to accelerate trade relations and economic growth, we do not support investment where the costs outweigh the benefits. This will be a major risk on the South African taxpayer and still has more questions than answers on how it will benefit our country. In comparison to South Africa's capital contribution relative to our national budget or BRIC countries, other BRIC countries will be contributing far less. Brazil will contribute 2%, Russia 2.4%, India 4.7%, and China 0.8%. It is clear that South Africa will be at a far greater risk, specifically when it comes to our financial sustainability as a developing country. South Africa simply cannot afford this cost and should consider its role within two multilateral institutions such as the World Bank and the IMF. Further, it should also look at the Asian Infrastructure Bank and the African Development Bank to look into infrastructure needs. Considering the burden that this cost, yet to be budgeted, might place on our GDP, and that our people, the DA Western Cape government cannot support this ratification of this agreement. Thank you.
Eastern Cape.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
On behalf of the Eastern Cape, Chairperson, Eastern Cape is a province of the legend. This is an ideology, and we can't go every now and then to the IMF because we have got scars. And those agreements that are there are making our country very poor. As the Eastern Cape, I'm standing here, Chairperson, to say we support the BRICS. Let us do things differently because we are a revolutionary type of and developmental type of a country. With those, thank you, Chairperson.
Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga. Wait.
Get by surprise.
Oh, were you on a point of order, ma'am?
Yes, I was on a point of order.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My order is on the deliberately misleading the society that $10 million is equal to 100 billion. That is not true.
Okay, I'm trying to wrap my mind, honorable members, on the arithmetic and the mathematics of it. I think we should then have somebody calculating so that we can see whether the honorable member has indeed misled the House, because it's, yes, 120 million. It would seem to me, Honorable Labuskaghni, that your mathematics is worse than my arithmetic. You accept that the figures. Honorable Labuskaghni?
I don't.
You maintain that 10 times the amount given is 120 billion. 10 billion. Honorable members, okay. I have accepted that I am on arithmetic and you are in mathematics. Can I just double check the figures and come back to you on this one so that we don't continue to eat into our time on this matter? If Honorable van Lingen, if you were on this, I would ask you to just hold on. Members, please. The Mpumalanga, you were the next. Order, members. Order. Mpumalanga, do you wish to make a declaration? Any other province wishing to make a declaration? None. If no other province wishes to make a declaration, I shall then proceed to ask the provinces to vote on this question. Those who are in agreement will press in favor, and those who are against will press the abstain, the against or abstain buttons. I shall now call on the provinces alphabetically. The Eastern Cape, have you voted?
Eastern Cape supports the support.
I thought you would press the button. The machine is not working. Okay. Eastern Cape, as said, in favor. The Free State,
Said in favor.
Gauteng,
Gauteng has voted in favor.
KwaZulu-Natal,
Sisekela sihla.
Limpopo,
Limpopo yavuma.
Mpumalanga,
Mpumalanga votes in favor, Chair.
Northern Cape,
Northern Cape supports, Chair, in favor.
Northwest,
Northwest voted in favor, Chair.
Western Cape,
Chair, I voted electronically. It's only the Western Cape's things that's working. Thank you. I voted
you.
against it.
Honorable members, ngicela nilawuleke. If that is the case, and all the members leading their delegations have voted, can I close the vote? Our numbers are in. 8 provinces voted in favor. 1 province voted against. And therefore, I declare that the report has been agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. I shall now put the question in respect of the second order. And the question is that this report too be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall again allow provinces who wish to make declarations to do so if they so wish. Is there any province that wishes to make a declaration? Is there any province that wishes? The Honorable Labuskaghni, the Western Cape.
Honorable Chairperson, on behalf of the Western Cape Democratic Alliance, we would like to make the following declaration on the BRICS Contingent Reserve Agreement. Whilst it is important that South Africa has across the emergency fund has to access to an emergency fund in case we experience a shortfall in our foreign exchange reserves, based on market stability and currency fluctuations, we simply cannot afford the ring-fence portion and the risks associated to it. South Africa will be required to ring-fence some 60 billion rand in our foreign exchange reserves. This is 11.52% of our current foreign reserves. As a developing country, South Africa is disproportionately affected by volatility in international markets, with crisis in one country often causing disinvestment in all developing economies as investors move to more stable environments. A major risk that applies to South Africa is that if one of our BRICS partners experiences a sudden shortfall in foreign exchange reserves, South Africa will be circumscribed by this treaty to provide them with our precious reserves in exchange for the equivalent in their domestic currency. Russia is a case in point. Since 2014, the Russian ruble has depreciated by more than 85% against the US dollar. This is a clear risk. Furthermore, both Moody's and Fitch has predicted a negative outlook on South Africa with Standard and Poor, putting us on above the junk status. These risks are far too great to ignore. Therefore, the DA Western Cape government does not support the ratification of the BRICS Contingent Reserve. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable members, we are clear that there is no other province that wishes to make a declaration. The Eastern Cape? Does the Eastern Cape wish to make a declaration? No? If that is the case, we wish to continue to proceed to ask the provinces, the heads of delegations, to vote. Eastern Cape,
Thank you, Chairperson. Eastern Cape supports.
Free State,
Free State in favor.
Gauteng,
Gauteng votes in favor.
KwaZulu-Natal,
KwaZulu-Natal ya itshehetsa sehlang.
Limpopo,
Limpopo ya ithekga modulasetulo.
Mpumalanga,
Mpumalanga agrees, Chair.
Northern Cape,
Northern Cape in favor, Chair.
Northwest,
Northwest agrees, Chair.
Western Cape.
Vote against it, Chair.
We have concluded voting by all the 9 provinces. The votes are closed, the numbers. Honorable members, 8 provinces voted in favor, 1 province voted against. Therefore, I declare that the report has been agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Secretary, please read the 3rd and 4th orders of the day.
Policy debate on budget vote number 9, public enterprises. Policy debate on budget vote number 32, telecommunications and postal services.
Thank you, sir. I have the pleasure to invite the Honorable Minister, Public Enterprises, the Honorable Brown.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister present here, Chairperson of the Select Committee, Honorable members, my acting DG and the DGs present from the department, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. The Department of Public Enterprises is somewhat unusual. It does not deliver services directly to citizens or private companies. However, its work, when executed effectively, has a profound positive impact on the quality of life of all our citizens, businesses, and the economy as a whole. Last month, I delivered a budget vote to the National Assembly meant to highlight our departmental activities for the past and incoming financial years. Today, I'd like to communicate with this Honourable House with a special focus of the Department of Public Enterprises activities in all our provinces. Formally, the sole purpose of this department is to assist the Minister to play her role as the designated representative of government in relation to Eskom, Transnet, Denel, South African Express, Safcol, Alex Gore, and the Pebble Bed Modular Reactor Company. For periods in the past fiscal year, this also included South African Airways and Broadband Infraco. Today, I'd like to give expression and for my department's work to find relevance to this House. This House monitors our relationship with provincial governments and ensures that the contact is increased. In giving a glimpse of our activities, I intend to keep it high level and largely to report on and report for myself and Deputy Minister Magwanishe. Allow me to say that what had to be done was that we had to internally increase our capability of oversight over the state-owned companies. The department has adopted a 3-point strategy over this medium-term expenditure framework period. Currently, we are stabilizing our state-owned companies by strengthening the boards and adapting the department's structure. This is to become more responsive to the environment that we are operating in. The department has also had to amend its strategic plan to enhance its operational imperatives. And the plan focuses on, amongst many others, on improving the performance of the portfolio to ensure that the companies can efficiently
and effectively carry out their mandates. It recognizes the role that SOCs need to play in the current economic context to support the aspirations of the developmental state. The department, through the Intergovernmental Unit, initiated the Provincial Engagement Program aimed at ensuring that the SOCs reporting to DPE and the provincial governments are strategically and operationally aligned so as to optimize joint developmental impact. To date, 8 provinces have been engaged where various issues were identified, ranging from infrastructure, energy, logistics, to economic opportunities to the small and emerging entrepreneurs. This will continue in the next fiscal year. In fact, honourable members, the SOC's asset base is 755 billion rand. So we sit on a national asset base of 755 billion rand. About 740 billion rand is between Transnet and Eskom. So whatever the state-owned companies do, it finds expression in all of our provinces. And so the importance of oversight over state-owned companies' work within our provinces are really very important. But let me just briefly touch on some of the activities in the provinces. In the Eastern Cape, we hosted a variety of events which included electricity and expansions at the port of Ngqura. The Vuyani substation, which is worth 392 million rand, was launched in Umtata. The province's biggest substation has strengthened the electricity supply network of the Eastern Cape. In the port of Ngqura, berths 3 and 4 were officially opened by Transnet. This expansion amounted to 2 billion rand, and to date Transnet has invested 12 billion rand in developing the port. That includes dredging, because the port is now becoming one of the 2 deepest ports in the country. In Gauteng, the economic hub of the country, we hosted the handover of the last of 95 electric locomotives that were recently received in Kuduspoort by Transnet Engineering. The contract of 3 billion rand was awarded to a Chinese company. It is significant, though, that 85 of the 95 units were assembled locally, and some 65% of the total contract, or 1.7 billion rand in value, involved the supply of components and services by South African firms. Eskom, in partnership with Gauteng Province, is continuing its investment of 6.056 billion rand over the period of 4 years, from 2014-15 to 17-18, to ensure security of supply to the Gauteng Province and to support key strategic infrastructure projects. Last year, Transnet's Maritime School of Excellence inducted its first intake of 83 trainees in various maritime disciplines in KZN. This is the first time Transnet has taken charge of training and employing its own aviation pilots. In the Northwest, Transnet Engineering launched its groundbreaking level crossing system, which will provide a much-needed solution to railway level crossing fatalities and incidents in Rustenburg. The technology makes it nearly impossible for a vehicle to cross a railway line by providing physical barriers, preventing vehicles from entering a level crossing when a train is approaching. Transnet is currently introducing this technology at 2 sites in the Western Cape, at Muldersvlei in Stellenbosch and Chavon in Worcester. It is anticipated that the technology will be rolled out to all 4,000 railway crossings in South Africa. The Northwest Province has been the only province that did not have scheduled flight service operation, despite its potential for trade and tourism. With the recently revamped Mahikeng International Airport, SA Express will be launching a new route between OR Tambo and Mahikeng. Operations are planned to commence in August 2015 with 3 weekly round trips. In Limpopo, Medupi's Unit 6 is doing very well. The ramp up towards full capacity has passed the 800 megawatt milestone. Over the next few weeks, it will deliver the equivalent of more than 40% of the output of the Kuba nuclear power plant. The town of Lephalale has developed into one of the first major post-apartheid towns to be established. Eskom has invested 2.3 billion rand in infrastructure and development in Lephalale, including the building of 995 houses and purchasing a further 321 houses, plus upgrades to Lephalale's 2 sewage plants and diverting the provincial road that passed near the power station. Furthermore, the Medupi Legacy Program has invested 4.9 billion rand in procurement and infrastructure development as part of Eskom's goal of ensuring a positive socio-economic legacy for the area and its communities. In Mpumalanga, an advanced feasibility study is being conducted for the establishment of a strategic rail link from Mpumalanga to Swaziland as part of the Maputo corridor between South Africa, Swaziland, and Mozambique. The project will cover a distance of approximately 150 kilometers of rail and will also serve as an alternative general freight line to Richards Bay, freeing up capacity on Export Coal Line and creating an alternative route to and from Maputo. In the Northern Cape, Transnet was involved in 2 major infrastructure launches in the province. Firstly, the Compass Dam Manganese Export Railway Line was reopened after about 1.5 kilometers of railway tracks were submerged in water in 2011. The reopening means that the number of trains running on the line has increased from 18 to 24 trains per day. Secondly, a wagon facility and a youth precinct were launched in Daar. The initiative by Transnet Engineering, through the investment made, established the wagons refurbishing facility and will maintain various types of wagons for Transnet Freight Rail. An additional investment of 3 million rand was made available to establish a youth precinct where shelter is given to 20 homeless boys for 6 months, within which a rehabilitation process happens, and 6 months later, the next 20 homeless boys are allowed to come to the center. The government has set an example with Alexander Bay on what it means to revitalize depressed mining communities after the land claim settlement with the Richtersveld communities in the Northern Cape. The settlement required government to upgrade the Alexander Bay mining township into a formal town which would be incorporated into the Richtersveld municipality. To date, 130 million rand has been spent by Alex Score in upgrading the town's road network, including installation of basic services such as streetlights, storm and wastewater system, including establishing a sewage treatment plant, electrical and water reticulation system, rezoning and registration of properties. In the Western Cape, in December 2014, Eskom successfully completed the construction of the 100 megawatt Serra wind farm near Koekenaap on the West Coast. What pleased me most was that the project was delivered ahead of schedule and within budget, and I'm really very grateful to the team who worked there. In this financial year, we also launched the second Transnet Business Hub in Saldanha Bay. Transnet is committing committed to rolling out enterprise development hubs to other provinces and will replicate this program across South Africa, particularly in rural and poorer economic areas over the next few years. Saldanha Bay and the surrounding areas will also benefit from Operation Pakisa. These are exciting Transnet projects that should catapult the economy of this region to another level. Transnet and the private sector collectively will invest about 13.2 billion rand, and this is expected to create about 15,000 jobs within the West Coast. Chairperson, allow me to make a few observations about the respective state of the province's addresses. The critical issue raised by the premiers in their 2015 State of the Province addresses covered the following sectors: energy, transport, infrastructure, mining, and manufacturing. The main cross-cutting elements found are firstly, energy with respect to energy generation, alternative energy sources, energy efficiency, and debt collection by municipalities. Secondly, the issue addressed in most provinces is transport, and the focus is on directing funds to road construction, widening and maintenance thereof. KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, and Gauteng are working with Transnet to expedite the migration from road to rail in order to relieve pressure on road networks. The third cross-cutting element is on the strategic infrastructure projects, whereby provinces have undertaken projects in road construction and maintenance, industrial corridors, generation of renewables like solar, hydro, and wind energy. Corporate social investment has received serious attention to enhance focus on transformation. Thus, the importance of ensuring alignment of SOC CSI contributions towards achievement of national objectives and empowerment of disadvantaged communities. SOCs within DPE portfolios have collectively spent approximately 430 million rand as contribution across the length and breadth of our country, bringing hope in empowering communities. About 50% of the funds have been a direct investment in improving the quality of education through various interventions, including the installation of telematics systems in schools. During 2014-2015, 2 schools were connected, Harding High School and Zikode Secondary School in KwaZulu-Natal, and the third one was at the Vaal Reef Technical High School in the Northwest. So let me move to our state-owned companies and what they are planning in this financial year. Chairperson, in Transnet, the forecast of Transnet's performance over the 2014-2015 fiscal year on the freight rail side, Transnet is expected to have moved approximately 225 million tons, a 7% year-on-year volume growth. Container volumes from 2014-2015 financial year are likely to be slightly below target at approximately 4.6 million TEUs. Transnet Pipelines is expected to achieve the 2014-2015 volume target of 16.7 billion litres, and during this fiscal year, the department and I expect the general freight business volumes to increase by 18%, given that about half of Transnet's market-driven strategy capital investments has been allocated to this area. Denel continues to show a pleasing improvement in financial performance. Its subsidiary, Denel Aerostructures, is on course to achieve break-even in the next fiscal year. With an order book of 30 billion rand, Denel is on a solid footing. Chairperson, while the South African Express Airlines still requires high care, the support provided by the Department and National Treasury over the past year has given us reason to be cautiously optimistic. However, the future viability of SA Express is intrinsically linked to South African Airways. All signs are there that Eskom has turned the corner. Since December last year, the availability of Eskom's plant performance has improved from 65% to 75%. Going forward, Eskom plans to continue with its maintenance program in an effort to reduce the backlog that has accumulated over the past few years. Most importantly, it plans to execute the maintenance drive without having to implement load shedding. Now, I'm repeating a story that the acting CEO of Eskom has said yesterday, when he says, how can you do maintenance and load shedding and not do load shedding at the same time? The point is, honorable members, that load shedding happens when we take the plants off the line. And what we're wanting to do is to make sure that when the plants must be maintained, that the level of megawatts we take off the grid would be enough to keep the lights on. So the most will be that we will go to stage 1 load shedding. We have in the last week seen that it's been stage 1 and stage 2. But
Minister, please round up.
Chair, I use the opportunity to say thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. The Honorable Minister, Telecommunications and Postal Services, Ntate Kwele. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, fellow South Africans. It is my pleasure to lead the National Council of Provinces policy debate on budget vote number 32, Telecommunications and Postal Services, a year after this new department was established. ICTs are critical enablers of development that are strategic in our effort to achieve a radical socio-economic transformation necessary to deal with the persistent triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Honorable members, His Excellency President Jacob Zuma announced during his State of the Nation address the implementation of phase 1 of the broadband rollout in 8 rural districts. In this first phase of the broadband rollout, we will be buying broadband services from the state-owned entities who will be deploying the infrastructure to connect all government offices or facilities to broadband from 2015 to end of 2017 financial year. These districts are Dr. Kenneth Kaunda in Northwest, Gersibande, Mpumalanga, OR Tambo, Eastern Cape, Pisgaseme, Northern Cape, Thabo Mfusinyane in Free State, Umzinyathi, KZN, Umgungundlovu, KZN, and Vembe District in Limpopo. When this announcement was made, we only had high-level plans. And since then, we have engaged in a detailed analysis of the infrastructure that is available in these districts. In this analysis, we have determined the actual extent and the gaps that are existing. This analysis has enabled us to identify the quick wins, sites that can be connected within a short space of time. Out of this, we have identified that some of the offices, such as schools and clinics, will be a little bit difficult to connect quickly, but we're determined to connect them because they are far from the infrastructure. Whereas The rest of government offices are existing in small towns and bigger towns in this district where there's already existing infrastructure close by. Chairperson will be using all technologies in order to reach these government offices. While this infrastructure will bring e-government services, it will also at the same time assist the businesses, particularly small businesses, and communities in general, because they'll have now infrastructure closer to them, which is currently existing only in big metros. We have reviewed the structures at all levels of government. At the national level, the CIP-15 is being strengthened. The department has established the project office to focus on the implementation of this project. We have been working with the premiers at the provincial levels, where we're establishing the provincial steering committees in partnership with the provincial governments. At the local level, we're establishing task teams to monitor the implementation of this project. I've communicated with the mayors and premiers to ensure that their broadband plans are aligned to the National South Africa Connect plan. Honorable members, in our planning, it has become apparent that, as I have said, the majority of these sites, if we check in terms of numbers, are health clinics and schools. And these are the sites, these are the functions which are primarily rest at the local and provincial level. So, therefore, there is a need for all provincial and local governments to play active part and to reallocate resources for this broadband purpose. The nationally allocated amount of 750 million rand over next 3 years will not be really sufficient to connect all these offices. So we need to this reallocation must also apply to national departments, because there's no new money. We must eradicate all duplications and, where necessary, shift resources to enable e-government and ensure that we train our public servants. In short, Chairperson, we'll say where there's been textbook, we must shift the resources to e-books, computers, and connectivity. We hope that the NSOP will work with us and monitor this progress on the ground, particularly the reprioritization of the resources. Distinguished guests, the President also announced the designation of Telkom as the lead agency for the broadband rollout. We are currently finalizing the costing model, which must demonstrate value for money, and we're also finalizing the governance structure on how this implementing agent will be monitored and ensure that it delivers on time. We are aware that the national legislation and the Constitution demands that we must be transparent in the way we acquire these services. That's exactly what we are doing at this stage, so that we are not in conflict with the laws. But we know the reason why we have selected Telkom, because it is the only agency which has got infrastructure in almost every town in South Africa and almost every village, and we don't want to duplicate infrastructure. Chairperson, the lessons from this first phase of implementation will inform our broadband rollout to the rest of the country. The department is currently finalizing the business case for phase 2, which will run from 2016 to 2020. Slalo. All our entities responsible for broadband rollout has been directed to prioritize their projects along these 8 districts. In addition, Broadband Infraco will be spending about 319 million rand in the coming 2 years to expand their current network by 1,000 kilometers of fiber and establish 41 new points of presence, including in rural areas. Noting the challenges experienced by this company, we have advised it to scale down on some of the non-critical projects to enable it to continue as a going concern. Madam Chairperson, the universal service obligation imposed by the regulator ICASA as part of its license obligations to telecommunications operator is supposed to benefit a total of 5,250 schools in the provinces that will have to be connected to the internet and be provided with hardware in the next 5 years. To date, ICASA has reported 3,298 schools which have been connected. But it has come to our attention that not all the so-called connected schools remain connected. So it is critical that as honorable members also play a critical role in monitoring these schools, that they remain connected. The connection of all government offices to broadband will necessitate that we drive e-skills for all our public servants. The department will be starting to coordinate digital literacy program in the 8 pilot districts in order to increase the uptake of the use of these services. We are in the final stage of establishing IGAMVA, National Skills Institute, as a legal entity that will drive the e-skills revolution in South Africa in support of the uptake of our broadband services. The institute already spends about 6 million rand annually on six core labs, and a total of 5,719 people have been trained in these different ICT areas to date. INESI is engaging with the remaining 3 provinces, which is Mpumalanga, Northwest, and Free State, in order to establish core labs even in those provinces. We have finalized the turnaround of the post office, and it has been approved by our cabinet. Currently, we're in the process of appointing the board, which we hope will be able to finalize soon. The next step will be to appoint, as you know, we've got a new structure, to appoint the 7 executives, which have been scaled down from 15, who will drive this organization. This will enable SAPO to finalize all outstanding matters related to vacancies in the management echelons of the entity, to move swiftly to implement all suggestions of the turnaround. The turnaround also focuses on a new business model in which the company will focus on revenue generation, taking into account the declining mail volumes on one end and the opportunities in the courier services, e-commerce services, and logistics on the other hand. The turnaround also recommends that we should grow SAPO's role in the delivery of government services to ensure that all households, particularly those in the rural areas, are able to access government services through SAPO's extensive infrastructure network. In this financial year, SAPO was able to facilitate, in the 2014-2015 financial year, SAPO was able to facilitate, for instance, motor vehicle renewals in KwaZulu-Natal, Free State, Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, Limpopo, and Gauteng. SAPO has also been instrumental in the efficient delivery of textbooks in Limpopo and Northern Cape. I would like to commend this excellent work done by SAPO in these projects and encourage more provinces to deliver government services through the post office. Distinguished guests, we have made considerable progress in the process of corporatization of the Post Bank as part of our program for the financial inclusion for all South Africans. We have finalized most of the critical steps, such as asset and liability separation between the Post Bank and SAPO. We have done the 5-year cash projections, and we are currently finalizing the fit and proper assessment of the prospective board members as a requirement of the Reserve Bank. We are also finalizing the process of the bank holding company in line with the Post Bank Act. The ANC government remains committed to ensure that the 11 million South Africans who do not have access to financial services in the formal banking sector are able to access services such as personal loans, finance for small businesses, and general banking facilities such as saving account. Honorable Chair, the National ICT Review Panel has submitted a final report on recommendations. We will consider to develop a comprehensive legislation clearly delineating South Africa's approach to the development of a number of policy options for this sector, with others impacting directly on local and provincial government. As an example, a rapid deployment policy to unlock bottlenecks at a local government level for obtaining approvals for the deployment of this broadband infrastructure is among the priorities we are considering. I would also like to take this opportunity to appreciate the efforts by all our 9 provinces who were very active in the provincial hearings when we were doing this policy review. We saw not just only officials, but the political leadership were sitting and giving very valuable contributions. So we hope that all those valuable input will assist us to finalize the white paper, which we aim to finalize before the end of this financial year. The Department of Telecommunications remains committed to the transformation of the ICT sector, and the process to finalize the establishment of the ICT BEE Charter Council is underway. We are aiming to meet the deadline which was set by trade and industry to establish this charter by October this year. We remain committed to the ICT Charter Code finalized in 2012, which advocates for at least 30% black ownership target and a target of 5% net profit after tax to be spent on enterprise development initiative aimed at growing the black ICT enterprises. I'm aware of the restructuring that is happening within the ICT sector.
As you summarize, Honorable Minister.
As both private and public companies strive to remain competitive, the ANC government strongly discourages losses of jobs during this process. I'm calling upon the management of all these companies and the organized labor to engage in discussion to minimize job losses while they are trying to remain competitive. In conclusion, Chairperson, I would like to recommend this House that the National Council of Province support the budget vote for the Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. May I then call on Honorable Prince to continue the debate?
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, distinguished guests, one of the policy resolutions of this administration is an emphasis on government's capacity to effectively manage and coordinate the activities of state-owned companies. The establishment of the Presidential Review Committee on state-owned companies in May 2010 clearly outlined the government's commitment in ensuring that state-owned companies are indeed key drivers in the implementation of government's policy from the National Development Plan to the Industrial Policy Action Plan. State-owned companies have been instrumental in the creation of an efficient, competitive, and responsive economic infrastructure network. Two of our major entities, namely Transnet and Eskom, have been in the forefront of job creation initiatives, including spearheading the fight against poverty and inequality. Transnet's market demand strategy estimated at more than 300 billion over the next 7 years is already at its peak. The infrastructure project is projected to create more than 170,000 jobs this year alone, and approximately 540,000 job opportunities over the next 7 years. The BUILD program has set aside 1 billion for the training of artisans, engineers, and technicians. And if members will take the opportunity and visit Transnet Rail Engineering Division at Kudus Port in Pretoria, where most of the training takes place, I have no doubt in my mind that they'll be impressed by the expertise and levels of training our young women and youth undergo. Chairperson, daar word baie gepraat oor Eskom en die uitdagings wat hom in die gesig staar. Die president het vroeër vanjaar in Sauna die regering se plan om die energiebesparing van Eskom aan te spreek. As ook Eskom sal egter nie die land se uitdagings ten opsigte van energie kan aanspreek nie. Ons het almal 'n bydrae om te lewer. Minister Lynn Brown het in haar begrotingstoespraak vir die Departement van Openbare Ondernemings by ons as openbare verteenwoordigers gepleit om weg te bly van kleinlike partypolitiek wanneer dit kom by sake van nasionale belang. The responsibility to ensure that Eskom's generation capacity is at its optimum and that we do not in the near future suffer blackouts is an effort that requires all of us. Our attitude at finger pointing has a negative effect of conveying the wrong message to both our local and international stakeholders. International investors and rating agencies could easily view such discord as justification for classifying our country at high risk. After everyone has had a chance to bluster, poster, and pontificate, we are left with one basic question. Is it in our national interest? Chairperson, Eskom energy constraints might have overshadowed the utilities mega projects. The construction of Medupi Power Station in Lephalale in Limpopo and Kusile Power Station in Mpumalanga stand at a total cost of more than 350 billion. On completion, Medupi Power Station will be the 4th largest power station in the world, producing 400 and 800 megawatts. The project has already transformed the community of Lephalale into an economic hub and drastically changed the lives of the locals from women, youth, small, micro, and medium enterprises. Also spent some 115 million on local site procurement contracts, and I'm not going to refer to the other infrastructure development because the Honourable Minister also referred to that. The Medupi contractors have spent $1.3 billion. The Medupi contractors have spent 1.3 billion on procurement from Lephalale suppliers since the commencement of the project. Contractors including ITG, Marian Roberts, and Aveng Granaker LTAS have invested in skills training centers in Lephalale. The result has been that previously unskilled and unemployed people in local areas have become productive workers at Medupi, contributing to the economic improvement of their families and communities and with skills that they can use for future employment. When I walk around Medupi site, I can point out things I have had a hand in building. It's an amazing feeling to be a part of such big milestones, said Linkel Moslaka, who is now a certified artisan boiler maker at Medupi. To date, Medupi Legacy Projects has trained 38 business owners over the past 2 years, with another 15 currently in training. Suppliers trained 700 artisans in boiling making, coded welding, and pipe fitting. Facilitated a joint venture between FedEx Site Services and Moon Cloud 44 to create some 300 local jobs, producing more than 20,000 meals a day. Protected the 5,200 Morapong workers through a joint venture with Born to Protect and Blue Magnolia that employs 137 security personnel. Chairperson, the Medupi Legacy Project has made us proud. Having said all this, I have to raise my concerns to the latest incident at Medupi linked to the strike is unacceptable. Therefore, I call upon the department to ensure that ESCOM seriously addresses the issues which are concerning the workers, even if those workers are not directly employed by ESCOM. Going forward as a committee, we will put pressure on ESCOM to at least be attentive to the issues raised by workers. Chairperson, indien daar lede in hierdie huis is wat twyfel het oor die regering se verbintenis om te verseker dat al ons staatsondernemings volhoubare sake eenhede is, moet u na die geskiedenis van Denel kyk. Die wapenvervaardiger was ook voorheen in 'n soortgelyke situasie as ons lugvaartmaatskappye, naamlik SAL en SA Express. Vandag is Denel en Transnet sy aan sy as die mees winsgewende SOEs en groei daagliks. It is for these reasons that we caution members of this House, the opposition in particular, that instead of throwing the baby with the bathwater in their calls of private...
Prince, on what point are you rising, Honourable Member?
Honourable Chair, I would love to know if this beautiful Honourable Member will take a question from me on Denel, please.
Are you prepared to take a question, Honourable Member?
Yeah, Chairperson, you can make an appointment outside here.
Okay. She's not prepared to take a
Clearly,
question.
she has not got information on Denel.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, can I repeat myself? It is for these reasons that we caution members of this House, the opposition in particular, that instead of throwing the baby with the bathwater in their calls for privatization, rather give these dedicated and committed executive managers of state-owned companies the opportunity to do their work in implementing their turnaround strategies. Chairperson, allow me at this point to welcome within our portfolio the new kids on the
Honourable
block.
Julius, on what point are you rising? Just hold, Honourable Prince.
Thank you, Chairperson. I heard the speaker saying that you cannot throw
On what point are you
the
rising?
baby with the bathwater.
On what point are you rising, Honourable Julius?
Chairperson, I need clarity from the speaker. Is it parliamentary
there's-
to say that you throw
It's
a baby with the
That's
bathwater?
not a point of order, Honourable Member. Can you take your seat? Honourable Member, can you continue with
Thank
the
you,
debate?
Chairperson. Chairperson, allow me at this point to welcome within our portfolio the new kids on the block, the Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services. The outcome of the presidential proclamation following the establishment of this fifth parliament. In our interaction with the department, we were impressed by the understanding of the huge responsibilities bestowed upon them in taking the country's ICT sector to the next level. They understand this and are very clear that their novelty will be absolve them from hitting the ground running. They are an organized team, diligent and passionate about what they do. And as Parliament, we have taken note of this, in particular particularly how they have planned to align ICT policies with the objectives of the National Development Plan. The NDP is very clear about this country's ICT vision and declares that by 2030, ICT will underpin the development of a dynamic information society and knowledge economy that is more inclusive and prosperous. A seamless information infrastructure that will meet the needs of citizens, business, and the public sector, providing access to the wide range of services required for effective economic and social participation at a cost and quality at least equal to South African competitors. It is clear from this vision that if electricity is the oxygen of a country, then ICT is its lifeblood. Chairperson, we would also like to emphasize the importance of South African Post Office and the services it provides to our people. The Post Office has carried out its developmental mandate with distinction, and some of the challenges it faces, especially at operational level, are due in part to fulfilling this developmental mandate. Our private sector has made it clear that it has no interest in investing in what it calls non-profitable ventures, such as providing services to the poor and the rural communities of our country. And hence, the Post Office remains our only hope to do so. Centex, on the other hand, is not only capable but is ready for the digital migration process. This is marked by the complete upgrade of 178 of its transmitters stations nationwide. The last of Centex's digital terrestrial migration sites in Napier in Western Cape have also been activated, ensuring a digital terrestrial population coverage of 84.23%. The remaining 15.77% of the population will be covered by the direct...
Prince, Honorable Isaac, on what point are you rising?
Honorable Chairperson, thank you. On a point of clarity through you, if we could just ask the Speaker to clarify digital terrestrial.
No, it can't. That's not a point of order. Honorable Member, continue with the debate.
Thank you, Chairperson. The remaining 15.77% of the population will be covered by the direct-to-home satellite gap filler solution. We await with great anticipation the Minister's announcement when our screens will beam digital pictures instead of analog. With our people celebrating another service delivery milestone in the history of the African National Congress government. Chairperson, all these projects and activities would not be possible without the required funding and capital, as it is the norm for any democratic administration. Ours is no different. That is why we have given the Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services budget for the 2015-16 financial year a thorough consideration. The more than 1.4 billion allocated to the department is, in our own view, commensurate with the huge responsibilities the department is expected to undertake in the 2015-16 financial year. In the same vein, the Department of Public Enterprises has been allocated 267.5 million, and a closer look at this figure tells us that the stakes is, in terms of capacity, are heavily staked against the department. The Department of Public Enterprises has a staff complement of no less than 300 employees, and ESCOM alone has more than 40,000 employees. Chairperson, was it not for the statement made by our Minister of Finance, Honorable Nslandla Nene, when he delivered his budget speech for the 2015-16 financial year, early this year, and I open quote, our development part is limited by the resource constraints of the current economic outlook, close quote. We would have expected more financial support towards the Department of Public Enterprises to be able to effectively oversee and monitor all the major state-owned companies under its jurisdiction. We also welcome the proposed shareholder management bill, which will empower the department and clarify the role and mandate of SOCs in the economy. We consider it sheer miracle that the Department of Public Enterprises has been able to effectively discharge its shareholder duties over state-owned companies for so long without a legislation to back it up. As Parliament, in a month, our other oversight activities, we are monitoring closely ESCOM's short, medium, and long-term plan to dealing with the country's energy constraints. Chairperson, the ANC support the budget's votes.
Thank you very much. May I call on Honorable Masango to continue the debate?
Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of Council.
Just hold, Honorable Masango. Honorable Mtileni, on what point are you rising?
I just want to know, is it parliamentary for the other member to calling another member darling when she rises up to the podium?
No, it will not be parliamentary because as members we need to refer to each other as honorable members.
Honorable Isaac,
your point of order is carried. Sit down now. Your point of order is carried. It is unparliamentary. You may continue.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of Council, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. In December 2013, Cabinet adopted South Africa Connect, the nation's broadband policy. In his 2014 State of the Nation address, the President endorsed the strategy to deliver broadband connectivity as critical infrastructure through which economic growth and social development would prosper. These announcements dominated headlines throughout the country, inspiring hope for those who were touted as the focus of the endeavor. And yes, Honorable Ministers, these are the rural communities who are desperate to be connected to the rest of the country and the world. A number of lapses in the implementation of the broadband policy that is meant to create opportunities and show inclusion have undermined the well-publicized program, and as a result, brought about despair to the aspiring entrepreneurs and the public that stood to benefit. While the slowness of the implementation could be understood, given the legislative and policy framework environment that need to be taken into consideration, one wonders if the timing of the announcement should have considered these unavoidable processes. The implementation of this announcement is attracting less and less headlines, with challenges in the rollout featuring more prominently than the progress of the rollout. During a recent presentation by entities involved in the broadband rollout, Broadband Infraco listed the following challenges, among others: securing funding, autonomy of the network, attracting critical and core skills, role of non-ICT SOCs with ICT assets, coordination of provincial, district, metro, and municipality broadband rollout. A quick look at these challenges, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, suggests that they could have been resolved before making an announcement at SONA. At least partly, or during the announcement, a mention should have been made that these challenges are facing the broadband rollout processes to prepare all those who would be stakeholders for possible delays. No, this announcement was quickly followed by a hand clap attracting Siyakuba. We are a government at work. Broadband rollout is, and has been cited by other departments as one of the key enablers for their successful delivery in their own department, as envisaged by the National Development Plan, the National Growth Path, the various SIPs, etc. So as a cross-cutting and enabling platform for both economic development that should lead to job creation and infrastructure development, one wonders if those most affected by these will not have their hopes deferred and reduced to despair. As I do my constituency work, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, in rural Bronkhorstspruit, I cannot ignore the confusion, frustration, and desperation of young men and women who have hope in this country, but are expressing gradual loss of this hope in the government system. They passionately lament over the over-concentration of opportunities in cities at the exclusion of those who are in rural parts of this country. This, they rightly assert, is because there are no community newspapers and radios that carry government services and programs to give detail on progress, challenges, and processes of the big promising announcements. I call on government to act on its announcement of spending 30% of all government ad spend on community media because its success in reaching out to far-to-reach rural communities depends on it. Coming to the South African Post Office, Deputy Chairperson, the Select Committee had a frank and honest presentation by SAPO recently. This, we hope, should counter the recent reports on the near collapse of the Post Office. The internal and external repercussions of the recent challenges at the Post Office could not be helped by what one Post Office customer called, and I quote, a lack of ministerial intervention. Loss of revenue, loss of jobs, loss of image, loss of trust is but a few losses that one can list. The presentation cited key elements such as model, structure, and ICT in its turnaround strategy. This is very welcome, and we will watch the implementation of the plan closely as some ordinary South Africans' livelihoods depend on the Post Office implementing its strategy efficiently and effectively. The membership of SAPO in the international postal services arena means the country is exposed negatively in the global space. So the ministerial intervention goes beyond undelivered parcels, as mentioned in the customer's letter, but goes to the corporate image of the country globally. But the achievement of 7.4 billion revenue improvement over 3 years, as presented by SAPO, would go a long way to restore hope in the Post Office by all concerned. One would, however, hope that plans to shed over 5,000 jobs in the implementation of the turnaround strategy have been or are being properly discussed with unions and will not lead to the paralyzing industrial action as has been experienced in the recent past. One would also hope that the department will ensure that those who lead SAPO are fit for purpose and are prepared to engage with all stakeholders timelessly to avoid a repeat of strike action that took place recently. As I conclude, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to outline what the DA government would do to restore the hope of South Africans that the ANC is gradually taking away. Driven by our values charter of freedom, fairness, and opportunity, the DA would encourage private investment in broadband infrastructure by offering tax rebates. We would provide greater access to fast, reliable, and affordable internet and telecommunications service in order to add significantly to South Africa's growth potential. But then, of course, South Africa does not have too long to wait. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mtile.
Inhlekani mtshamo wa xitulu. Ni xeweta na vaendli hinkwavo lava nga le ka galara. Ni ri nhlekani na le ka n'wina. The Ministry of Public Enterprise, like the Department of Economic Development, is not necessary and must be disbanded. Not only is the existence of the ministry unnecessary, but the minister has equally failed to exercise effective shareholder oversight over these state-owned entities. Unless line function departments are responsible for shareholder oversight to ensure that state-owned entities fulfill developmental mandate, they will continue to be dysfunctional and drain resources through endless guarantees and bailouts. ESCOM must move to the Department of Energy, DENEL to Department of Defense, South African Forestry Company to agriculture, Transnet and South African Airways to transport, and so on. We are not telling you something new. You know this. Broadband in Franco, move to telecommunication was a correct decision. We are not sure about the rationale to move South African Airways to National Treasury instead of transport. But we know there is a lot of confusion in the leadership of the ANC. Excuse me for saying that. How can we expect any effective oversight over Transnet's market demand strategy when the Department of Transport is not involved? You are setting yourself to fail. Transnet must make their services more accessible to support local industries with movement of goods, and together with the Department of Transport, they must as well reduce the number of trucks in our roads which are causing accidents day in and day out. How can you even attempt to improve performance management of boards and executives if you don't know what they do? Your department spends almost 60% of its budget in administration. What exactly are you administering when you have incompetent boards running some of these SOEs? In addition, listen, Mama Lamin, in addition to that, your department has spent more than 100 million on consultants in the last 4 years for work that line departments can do. Waste of public resources, isn't it? The ESCOM's crisis is a reflection of poor leadership in the ANC that has penetrated deep through government departments to state-owned entities. Where were you, Minister, when the cost of Medupi and Kusile escalated to now almost triple the initial projected budget? Now it is ordinary citizens. Listen, that is why you make it a joke when we talk to you on a serious note. Now it is ordinary citizens who will have to suffer the sickening 25% increase tariffs. What ESCOM is doing is paralyzing the economy and will halt support for any possible industrial development and the economic growth required to ensure localization of production and beneficiation programs in mining, transport, and other sectors. The plight of workers at Kusile and Medupi, who are badly paid and treated in contracts involving ESCOM, is a clear indication of government that do not care about the workers. The ANC government has no one to blame but themselves.
Honorable Tillen, Honorable Nyambi, on what point are you raising?
Nikombela kuvutisa swaku Tatana Mtileni anga take a question.
Are you prepared to take a question, Honorable Tillen?
Yeah.
As you are assisting, telling us and the public about Denel.
Honorable members, can we listen to the question that is put to
and all the state-owned companies? Can you tell the House how many meetings that were done by either a state-owned company or telecommunications or public enterprise that you have attended as Honorable Mtileni? Just be honest.
I have attended myself. Myself.
Honorable
No. That one I cannot answer. I think you can direct that to the minister. Yeah, you can direct that to the minister.
You are interrupting,
the ANC government has no one to blame but themselves. The fact that we have aging infrastructure that requires maintenance and upgrade is not a new revelation. SABC collapsed under Ben Gubani's watch. Now we have recycled him to ESCOM. Based on what's rationale, it is not clear to us. Honorable Chair, the state have an opportunity to implement Freedom Charter by going a step further. Instead of bailing out dysfunctional state-owned entities, the state can initiate a process of recapitalization to nationalize strategic sectors. Unless the state has a greater ownership and control over natural monopolies, the ANC government will never achieve massive industrialization. It is the basics of economic development the ANC need to learn. Honorable Chairperson, turning Telecommunications and Postal Services into departments has led to the fragmentation of some of the most crucial components of communications, leaving the entire department and its entities in disarray. Since the department split about a year ago, both heads of the new departments have not only failed to reintegrate this country's communication framework and give direction to all stakeholders, but
Just take a seat, honorable member. Honorable Julius, on what point are you rising? Okay. Can you continue the debate, honorable member?
Okay, since the department split about a year ago, both heads of the new departments have not only failed to reintegrate this country's communication framework and give direction to all stakeholders, but have spent valuable time fighting over who gets what portion of the Department of Communications. It is no surprise, then, that this department is unaware of the challenges faced by most of its entities. The issue of broadband in Franco is a classic example. Broadband in Franco may close in September, and this department's annual performance plan has not only omitted such crucial information, but they simply swept the entire entity under the carpet as it does not exist. This department does not have a chief financial officer, and a similar trend can be observed in its entities, where crucial funded positions are vacant or held by unqualified people who have been acting positions for lengthy periods. This has resulted in the overuse of expensive consultants and crucial components of this department, lacking leadership, accountability, planning, and coordination. We can only agree, Minister, that access to information offers access to economic and educational opportunities and has the potential to significantly improve public service delivery across all corners of the country. Access in South Africa, however, is skewed towards the rich, and government continues providing cutting-edge infrastructure to well-off communities, avoiding poor and isolated communities that need it the most. Therefore, as the EFF, we do not support public enterprise and telecommunication and postal service budget board. Nakens.
Thank you very much, honorable member. May I call on the Deputy Minister Mkhize to continue the debate?
Chairperson, honorable ministers, honorable members, it's really a pleasure for me to come and debate in this house. I always appreciate this conduct because I firmly believe that it gives us a feel of the reality out there on the ground. Minister Gwele has laid out the priorities of the Department of Telecoms and Postal Services. I need to add one thing, that whatever we do, we see the ICTs as an anchor of radical economic transformation. Things which we took many years to do through the ICTs could be done within ease.
Honorable members, I think I'll be missing an opportunity if I not express my disappointment in the understanding from some opposition representative of what we are all about. We are in the 21st year of our democracy. There are lessons that we have learned. I'm surprised that there are members who still think government is focusing on urban areas. If I heard Minister Cwele very well, he made special reference to the special district of the most, where the poorest of the poor are, where unemployment is, and those are the areas which make rating agents to say South Africa is a highly unequal society. And that's exactly where we're deploying all our resources to. So to stand up here and say people in rural areas, almost like they are pathetic and helpless, I think it's just a misrepresentation of the priorities and the reality out there. So on our side, when we talk ICT, the NDP gives us a clear vision that by 2020, we should have 100% broadband penetration. And that is a very, very important statement, because you know that this sector has been driven mainly by the private sector. And of course, the private sector has done a lot in ensuring that our people in big cities, to a large extent, are connected, so they are able to communicate and to achieve certain objectives. So the challenge becomes how soon and how quick can we, in line with the Freedom Charter, ensure that all people of South Africa are significant beneficiaries of this freedom. The minister made reference to one of the projects which are very popular as a legacy project of the World Cup. I'm happy to say, out of a total of over 24,000 government schools in the country, more than 5,000 schools have been connected, which is quite a significant percentage. I'm not talking about schools in big cities. I'm talking about schools in the most remote areas. When it comes to cities, for instance, in Vanderbilt Park, we will go to Radipeu, which is a farm school, which, you know, in terms of the development of this country, a stone throwing away from a big city, people will be neglected. But that's where we're deploying our ICTs. We've been to places like Joslovo Freedom High School. Many of you will know where Molteno is. And those are areas where outside from East London, you'll drive for about 2 or 3 hours, including the gravel road. And our SOEs have been there. When we went there, they showed us children are already connected, and some children, during our budget vote, were invited by Minister Cwele from all over the country. They were talking to our SOEs in their own words about how they have benefited from the work. Our SOEs have had challenges, but I must say we have hugely benefited from them in terms of ensuring that we don't only talk. The Honorable Masango said the announcement was made prematurely. I think there's a misunderstanding here. As the announcement was made, we're already running Siyaquba. We have been to these schools and we have been looking at work which has already been done. I can mention many other schools. Just this past weekend, I lost my voice. We're in Kimberley, in the area of Kimberley, Broadband, looking at the school system there, doing the same things, ensuring that they are connected. We've been to a school, Godide, Kwampembe, over the weekend, where one of our SOEs, Telkom, fully connected the school in the middle of nowhere. And the health workers were there, as the minister indicated that the areas that are a priority, they are driving the National Health Insurance Scheme. So we connect now not only the school, but the health centers as well. But the most important thing is that we are moving towards creating localized ICT centers. And I think that's the description that the minister said, that we've been talking to our district municipalities, because we are avoiding duplication, whereby national have its own regime of technology, the provincial has its own, and local has its own, then there's legal impact. So at a local level, that's where we see these hubs as a center of development, where we talk about Techno Girls as program, which means you identify young kids, you expose them to science and technology, but as part of skilling, we don't end there. That's where this INESI, Special Institute for giving people skills for broadcasting and technology, will be identified from. And of course, including those who will be assisted to go to universities. Within these techno hubs, also working in partnership with our companies, with the help of the Center for Scientific and Industrial Research, we expect enterprise development to take place. Our people need skills for economic inclusion, not only for inclusion, also to grow within the value chain and be sustainable in their own right. And our SOEs have been discussing their strategies as to how they want to support this broadband rollout. I've heard about the challenges the post office have said, but also I've heard from the post office itself that it's one of those SOEs that is ready to assist with our move as we we migrate to digital migration. And what is important is that we have the youth also in those communities that we are paying particular attention to. We do believe young people tend to be attracted to ICTs. We are determined to fight the unemployment rate of 52.5 to reasonable levels, at least one alphabet. The skills are critical in giving young people an opportunity. The minister made reference to our BE charters. You all know we have had the charters over a long period of time. But if people are not skilled, sometimes they tend to be swallowed by those who are experienced and those who have been players, and at the end, whatever they do is not sustainable. And we are doing all these things, taking government to the people so that ICTs are not isolated, but they are part of government strategy to be as close to the people as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. May I call on Honorable Labuskarni to continue with the debate.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Chair, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members. Today's debate on the Department of Public Enterprises reminds me of Shakespeare's famous words, to be or not to be. An assessment of the Department of Public Enterprises summarizes the situation they are in as follows. The government has defined a radical socio-economic program. This requires radical intervention to reposition state-owned enterprises to be able to play a leading role to drive investment critically for overall competitiveness of the economy. The new strategy the department is claiming that they want to stabilize, strengthen, and solidify state-owned enterprises. The department plans to oversee the implementation of catalytic projects and will oversee competitive supplier development programs as part of deepening industrial capabilities. With the assessment and new strategy presented to the Select Committee, it is difficult to find all these new focus points in the APPs. But I know and I believe and I hope, and we will monitor it, that they are there. An overview of the existing state-owned enterprises shows that Denel and Transnet is currently operating satisfactorily. Transnet's market demand strategy entails an important focus on increasing road-to-rail transport and to increase port capacity. Selfcall is in the process of developing a new strategy, of which diversification is one. Alexcor is refocusing their mandate to support the development of rural areas. Both these enterprises have challenges with land claims, and these processes should be managed and monitored closely to ensure freedom, fairness, and opportunities to all the role players, not only to the state-owned enterprises. Honourable Chair, despite the significant number of government bailouts, about 11 unsuccessful turnaround strategies, Treasury announced in January 2015 yet another state guarantee of 6.48 billion, bringing the total amount to 14.4 billion to South African Airways. This agreement has been done despite the Finance Minister's promising that there would be no further bailouts for the airline in the midterm budget. Honourable Chair, SAA has failed to pay a single dividend to the SA government for over 20 years, but has instead been in financial drain, although they have stated during an oversight visit last year in October that they contribute to the country's GDP. Is it not time that non-essential assets and lease agreements for non-essential plant, property and equipment be cancelled? The DA believes that interests in the SAA should be listed in a phased manner over a 24-month period to encourage a real turnaround. Now, Chancellor Housewhite, my honourable member, further cost-cutting initiatives can be realised through the sale of non-essential assets at state-owned enterprises, as well as the partial listing of these companies with a view towards privatization. Perhaps the time is now to seriously work on the proposed shareholder management bill as an overarching legislation to empower the department to execute its shareholder management responsibilities and oversight over state-owned companies. Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, Eskom is the state-owned entity that every citizen is currently very aware of. With the looming cost increases and load shedding for the next few years, it is a burden we all have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. Eskom currently operates a monopoly in an unregulated or partly regulated sector. President Zuma referred to the apartheid regime a few times as the only reason for the crisis today. Some experts, like Christopher Yoon and Chris Jelland, thou tell the untold story. In 1995, South Africa has 37.6 gigawatt generation capacity, which is, if it retained and available, would have eliminated today's load sheddings. But in December 2014, Eskom could only deliver 24 gigawatt of the 28 gigawatt needed. What happened to the rest? A further claim is that the 4.5 million households that have been added to the grid since 1995, which is a wonderful initiative, is another reason for the crisis. The facts are that the household use is low and it added only 5% in demand while capacity went up by 11%. This excuse does not hold ground. The real reasons for this crisis is that bold decision-making was delayed for too long. The white paper on energy in 1998 already predicted an electricity shortage by 2007. Only in 2005 was a decision made to build Medupi and Kusile power stations, which were already planned before 1995. maladministration, posts for pals, and enriching a few elite members of the ANC who, as part of triple BEE companies, buy coal from big companies to sell it at escalated prices and costs to Eskom, which contributes to price increases, are some of the real reasons for this national crisis. Honourable Chair, all that is history. What needs to be done now is to solve the situation. It is, however, important to acknowledge that the short-term solution to South Africa's electricity supply shortages does not exist. Not even the War Room's 5-point plan focusing on supply and demand, resolving the challenges, demand-side management, gas opportunities, cogeneration, and IPPs for coal
just hold
will do that.
Labuskaghni. What point are you raising, Honorable?
Honorable Chair, ndifuna ukwazi ukuthi member ngayithatha question.
Are you prepared to take a question?
No, Honourable Chair, when I have time left, we can see.
She's not willing to take a question.
Thank you. Honourable Chair, the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Programme was launched in 2011. 4 bidding windows opened since 2013. Building of new grid capacity and strengthening of network is needed. A task force has been established to ensure funding for that, and we welcome that. Eskom allocated 2.2 billion rand for the completion of bid 3 projects to strengthen the network. At the end of February 2015, the capacity of projects connected to the grid stood at 1,685.62 megawatt. Eskom committed to 27 additional IPP projects in the next 2 years. We can just hope that these IPP projects won't follow the same road as Medupi. We hope that the Department of Public Enterprises, in the strengthening of their focus on oversight, as the Minister alluded to in her speech, will ensure the opposite. Honourable Chair, let us hope that the War Room does not win the battle and lose the war. To prevent that South Africa have further credit downgrades with the subsequent impacts, it is imperative to keep Eskom solvent in the immediate future. Honourable Chair, the Department of Public Enterprises would like to, in the end, claim that they stabilized, strengthened, and solidified state-owned enterprises.
Yes, you
to do so,
member.
Can I, sorry?
Can you conclude?
Yeah. To do so, they first have to save South Africa's Eskom. The DA solution is to subdivide Eskom into separate generation and transmission units. Both entities will remain largely or entirely state-owned, yet independent power producers will find willing partners in an electricity distributor focused on procuring electricity from the cheapest, most reliable sources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nyambi, can you continue the debate?
Thanks, Chair. I'm not Deputy Chairperson, Ministers, Deputy Minister, honorable members, distinguished guests. I'm not going to come here and say people from rural areas what is happening. I'm staying in a rural area, I'm still staying there. I was born and bred there. And when I grew up, it took us more than 70 case minister to get to a post office. I'm from Komazi municipality in Mpumalanga. As one, the house that represented the interest of these provinces. Now there is a post office. So that is making me to proudly say South Africa in 2015, it's way better than it was before 1994. The second thing, on the 16th of June, I spent my time with more than 4,000 young people, Honorable Minister. One of those people was plowing back. It's a product of Transnet School of Excellence. Siboniso Sibande, currently paying for Vets universities from that village. So he organized a tournament for schools. So he invited me as a member of parliament to come and be part of that, showing what the School of Excellency has done. So that is why when the department was doing that presentation, we said they must do more to have more of Sibande, not to only quote those that were produced then. So South Africa in 2015, it's way better than it was before 1994. I'm from Komazi in municipality. When Transnet experienced the saga of a train that killed 24 people, it's from the area that I'm staying in. And when department made some commitment that they're going to come back and make sure that they assist those families, that was done. That is why when the department was doing presentation, we said to the department, we'll still love a bursary scheme that will assist those families. And it was a clear indication that it's a caring government. Standing here in front of you, we might be 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 that might be using what Minister D and DM were using, the iPads, not because it's fashionable. I want to talk about the issue of challenge. All of us as MPs were given, but I want to reflect that we'll always have challenges. And we have to be honest when dealing with this thing. That is why Isaac Newton once said, the state of perfection can never be achieved in life, but will always be dealt with challenges. The difference between negative and quality, being negative does not mean you are better. And being better, it's quality. So you must always know that, the difference between negative and quality. The challenge facing our beloved country is the triple challenge of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Inequality undermines our safety and stability. Inequality undermines our growth and development. Inequality undermines the society we would like to become. Minister, allow me to draw from one of your statements wherein you stated that the department over the next 5 years will have assisted the state-owned companies to accelerate economic growth along an inclusive and sustainable path that will ensure meaningful black participation in ownership, control, and management of the economy. These were further reiterated when the department engaged the committee on its budget recently. That is why when I ask a member, can you take a question? It's because you miss those opportunities and we engage them, they explain to us. In our continued oversight, we will endeavor to monitor whether or not these remain in your diary for implementation. The rise and fall of the department shall be measured at least on some of these areas and not on any fallacy as articulated by some of our so-called honorable members. The mission of the department is to provide a decisive strategic direction to the state-owned companies so that their businesses are aligned with the national growth strategies arising out of NDP. Are you back again? I'm happy you are back. We have missed you. Yes. And you want to cover the time when you are not here. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, as we interface with the budget of the department today, we acknowledge that yours remains somehow unusual in that it does not deliver services directly to citizens or private companies. However, its work has a reflective positive impact on the quality of life of all citizens, business, and the economy as a whole. Perhaps at the end of this debate, you will have elaborated further on this so that even those that critique without facts, they at least appreciate your modus operandi. We have seen that some amongst us allow the process of learning.
Honorable Nyambi, can you just hold? We have said it, honorable members, and we will not be tired of keeping on repeating the same thing. There's nothing wrong in heckling. It's part of the culture of parliament and so forth, because it makes us lively. But if you interrupt a member who is at the podium debating, then it becomes out of order. Can we please just allow members to participate and debate?
Allow
Continue,
me,
Honourable
Chair,
Member.
to say wise words by one of the greatest philosophers. Sometimes they say, it is better to keep quiet and be thought a fool than to open your mouth and leave no doubt. We have seen that some among us allow the process of learning after they have exposed their ignorance by passing judgment even on everything that the African National Congress is doing in our beloved country. With regards to the South African forestry company, SAFCOL, we are happy to note that SAFCOL is undergoing a strategy review for its eventual disposal. SAFCOL has been progressively proceeding without any reliance on the national fiscus. The company was able to invest 5.1 million on social economic
Honourable
development.
Mates, you're out of order now. Can you please be in order? No, but you are interrupting the speaker. I can't even hear what the speaker is saying. Then the next thing, there will be a point of order where I'll be expected to make a ruling, and as a result of that loud conversation or conversing, I would not have been able to hear the member whether if he's out of order or not. Can you
Chairperson.
continue, Honourable Member?
Chairperson, strengthening leadership and performance at state-owned companies remains important. The committee visited Denel on the morning of the 23rd of October 2014. Needless to say, this was a pure committee oversight visit that we had planned as a committee, and it was subsequently agreed to. Before we could move around to see with our eyes what Denel was doing, we received a thought-provoking presentation which was welcomed by all members of the delegation, of course, including the opposition. It will not surprise me to learn later in the debate that some members of opposition will speak as if they were not part of that visit. While at Denel, we learned that Denel is holding a company wholly owned by the state as the sole shareholder. The associated business in the Denel group have equity partnership with major international companies in aeromotive, aerostructures, aero-optics, and munitions fields. Denel provides a turnkey solutions of defense equipment to her clients by designing, developing, integrating, and supporting artillery, munitions, missiles, aerostructures, aircraft maintenance, unmanned aerial vehicle systems, AVS, and optical payloads based on high-end technology. Members of the committee were then taken on a site tour to see Denel products, capabilities, and projects in arms manufacturing. During the tour, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, members of the committee had the opportunity to see the different types of 5-year generation air data missiles with their different features, properties, and functions. These include unmanned aerial vehicle systems that are guided and ground controlled, and those that have inbuilt software systems that are autonomous and are able to return to the base if they get lost. Members of the committee also had the privilege to witness one of Denel's training program of young scientists of experts. We were happy to see that some of these trainees are seconded to Denel by AMSCO, while others are identified by Denel from within. These young scientists are given a budget and a one-year time frame to complete their project. In demonstrating their project, the young scientists, a group of 5, each explained what she or his role was in the project. The project involved developing a missile aircraft that is ground control that can carry more missiles than is normally the case. Chairperson, this we saw with our own eyes. If kungasichuba, angati kusichuba bashoni. If it's not a good story, I don't know what is a good story. Honorable members, this is in line with the call made by the President in his State of the Nation address, where he declared 2015 the year of Freedom Charter and acceleration of radical economic transformation. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, we cannot deny the fact that more work still needs to be done. More so, we wish to encourage local companies to invest at home, and capital investment and research and development should be further incentivized, and we are confident that these departments will deliver, facilitating imported cause. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, before I can conclude, as I said, I grew up from a village. In that village, there was an old man that was owning a tractor, and the other one was not moving. Then we had this one that used to assist us with plowing. So every time the tractor was passing, the dogs used to bark. But as a young boy, I could not understand the logic, because the dogs were not barking at the tractor that is standing, but they were barking at the one that is moving. But now I have learned that in the one that is moving, le mile iyachanyelwa, le muvako iyakonkotha. In conclusion, allow me to once again, in saying we support the budget votes, to leave the honorable members with the wise words as food for thoughts, that as a matter of fact, let it always be in you to think that they were advising all of us. It will always remain better to remain quiet and be thought a fool than to open your mouth and leave no doubt. We support the budget votes. I thank you.
Thank you very much. May I call on Honorable Kaula?
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Minister, the Department of Public Enterprises, in its strategic objectives, aims to ensure financial viability of SOCs, ensure that SOCs maintain commercially viable operations, accelerate capital project delivery, maintain strong shareholder position, and the alignment and efficiency across institutional model. The IFP strongly questions the ability, capacity, dedication, and commitment of the department to achieve these objectives. They have just remained objectives on paper over years, with very little or no practical results at all. The Chief Whip once said, "Mintiro ya bula bula." I say that to the department. The state-owned companies that the department is responsible for are Alex, Denel, Eskom, South African Forestry Company, South African Express, and Transnet. Overseeing these SOCs means that the department is running business on behalf of the people of South Africa. This means that business principles and business ethics should apply. The oversight function of the department over some of these SOCs is very weak, ineffective, and worrying. This is evidenced by the manner in which some of them deal with their financial situations and their operations. The biggest culprits are Eskom and SA Express. These two operate and behave as if the finances of the country in the national treasury are their grandmother's homestead, Kwagogo. They are both bottomless pits. Money only goes in and never comes out. There are no visible financial returns and benefits for the owner, the people of South Africa. Year in and year out, they are sustained on bailouts by government. There are no guarantees that shares put in by government in the form of cash provides the general public with the required benefits for some foreseeable future. Eskom should be assisting the government initiatives to attract more foreign direct investment into the country by providing power that is convincing, sustainable, and effective. Instead, the bad reputation of Eskom is amongst the contributing factors to some companies relocating away from South Africa. As a matter of fact, government has a duty to continue providing financial resources to all our SOEs because they already exist. Therefore, there is no option but to continue funding them. However, long-term planning in respect of the management of the SOEs need to change course for the better. For instance, SAA has just been plugged out of this department to the National Treasury for the hope of better financial management there. The appropriate line function department to the operations of Eskom is energy. For Transnet, it is transport. For Denel, it is defense, etc. Relocating these SOCs to their line function departments of operation need to be considered as long-term strategy in order to phase out and relieve this department from its failing mandates. Of course, some of our SOEs like Denel and Transnet are doing relatively well, but with all of them combined, our businesses do not arrive at a break-even point. This is because there are those of them who treat National Treasury and government as their ATM. They recklessly run their businesses the way they do because when they run into trouble, the ATM is going to tweet and they are suddenly out of trouble. This is no way to be conducting business. Most of our parastatals hold near market monopolies, but even such circumstances, they continue to fail the people of South Africa. Government, through this department, is one that appoints boards of directors and CEOs of our SOEs. And when they fail, government should be held responsible. Golden handshakes and non-accountability must become a relic of the past, never to occur again. But if redeployments after deployments that have gone wrong continue to be the order of the day, South Africa will never be out of this dilemma of non-performing SOCs. The new Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services, in the IFP view, is one department that did not really require any split from communication. The department was merely a creation resulting from the ruling party's agenda to plot government in order to create more reward opportunities for comrades. Be that as it may, now that the department is a reality, it must sort itself out. Whilst the minister had a blowing fire baptismal through the strike action by employees in the department, we, however, welcome the new initiatives undertaken. The strategic turnaround plan for the South African Postal Service is a move in the right direction in bringing about a positive change. We hope that it will be properly implemented and bear good fruits. It is noticeable that within government itself, too few departments make use of SAPO services. SAPO must therefore improve to make itself indispensable and on demand. Embedded in the turnaround strategy, the issue of adequate and efficient postal services provided by SAPO must be promoted and entrenched to make SAPO a viable option. The Honourable Minister also comes from a rural area. Therefore, he will be aware that the infrastructure for telephone services in the rural areas and townships have been vandalized and stolen. SAPO has taken a hardline position of not repairing the infrastructure there. These have affected services in rural areas and the people in the townships. This hardline stance has to be reviewed. Better ways to be devised to deal with wrongdoers and not punish communities on service delivery over delinquents' actions. The minister must also ensure that there is stability at the top of management of SAPO. I thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. May I therefore call on Honourable Singh to continue the debate.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, the Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, Honourable members of the Council, officials of the state enterprises, guests in the gallery, fellow South Africans. It's indeed a pleasure for me to participate in this debate on Vote 9 and Vote 32, focusing on the implementation of the NDP during the 2015-2016 financial year. Chairperson, since the advent of democracy in 1984, our government has made significant strides to facilitate the transformation and regulation of the ICT industry in order to enable our people to easily connect with the global world. This commitment continues to characterize the administration and the establishment of the Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services, confirming their commitment. Chairperson, creating employment and the reduction of inequality as a way of achieving the UN Development Millennium Goal, for which South Africa is one of the signatories. There is now coordination and synergy amongst entities under the department, and interest and willingness on the part of the private sector to work with government to improve the sector of ICT infrastructure. The establishment of the ICT Forum and the private sector participation in rolling out internet connectivity by providing schools with computers and enabling rural communities access to internet is testimony to the collective approach. The Minister mentioned here today it will take a longer period to get to rural areas, as we know that it is more difficult in those areas. But we call on the Minister to expedite access to these areas as soon as possible. And as the Deputy Minister also emphasized, that the rural areas need to be taken care of as well. Chairperson, this objective is to establish South Africa as an advanced information society in which ICT tools and information are key drivers. The broadband rollout project our President referred to in the State of the Nation address further confirms government's commitment that our people should not and will not be left behind in a fast-paced age of technology revolution that is challenging every aspect of our lives. Over the next 3 years, the department is poised to connect all government institutions in the 8 district municipalities the Presidential referred to earlier this year. The aim is not only to give people access to ICT services, but also to provide services, deliveries, and to change the living conditions of our people. We welcome the Minister's announcement that broadband infrastructure has committed 319 million over the next 2 years. Next 2 years to extend the broadband infrastructure by 1,000 kilometers. Members would recall that the aim and purpose of the establishment of broadband infrastructure in 2007 was to improve affordability of broadband services to underserviced and underdeveloped sectors of our community, especially the rural areas. Honorable Chair, we take note of the Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services commitments as outlined in their annual performance and strategic plan, which we strongly support. The department commits itself to implementing interventions within the cost to communication program of action, which is aimed at affordable ICT services to all consumers. Implementing ICT capacity building program focuses on supporting community development, health, and education sector. Monitoring and evaluating the implementation of the South African Post Office turnaround strategy and finalizing the gazetting of the white paper on the National Integrity ICT Policy. Chairperson, this Parliament will hold the department accountable to its commitment, and we will also ensure that the services it provides to our people, although it is entitled, have real impact on their lives. Chairperson, our economic outlook remains strategic due in part to the slow economic recovery process brought about by the 2008 global economic crisis. The impact of this crisis remains visible in some sectors of the economy and by extension to some of our state-owned companies. I say this so that we can put into context challenges faced by some of our state-owned companies. Transnet is, however, one of our state-owned companies with a solid profit-making track record and continues to do so. under tremendous and challenging economic conditions. This utility capital expenditure estimated at a total cost of 336 billion for the next 7 years is a testimony to its resilience and sustainable business entity under the auspices of the Department of Public Enterprises. Chairperson, Transnet is embarking on an aggressive market demand strategy aimed in addressing capacity constraints with the emphasis of addressing the roll to raid migration, capital projects, and a strategy including acquisition of rolling stock, rail expansion, refurbishment, and construction of the port and pipe infrastructure. Job creation, skills development, empowerment, and the transformation opportunities are all key focus areas of the infrastructure building program. We in KwaZulu-Natal welcome the road to rail link between Johannesburg and Durban. This will reduce the volume of trucks on our roads on the N3 and reducing accidents on those roads. As the National Council of Provinces, we are also pleased to note that Transnet capital projects will have a huge economic impact on provinces. The utility will spend 141 billion for the 2015-2016 financial year, with the provisional split of 14 billion to Gauteng province, 90 billion to the KZN province, 39 billion to Eastern Cape, 15 billion to Mpumalanga, 1.8 billion to the Northern Cape, 5 billion to Limpopo, 7 billion to Northwest Province, 1.2 billion to the Free State, and 29 billion to the Western Cape. Transnet MDS brings up into focus the utility rail engineering division at Kudensdorp in Pretoria. This facility is expected to assemble 599 electric locomotives over the next 4 years. It will also produce 40 locomotives per month as part of the 1,064 locomotives acquisition program that Transnet announced in 2013, resulting in approximately 30,000 job opportunities. Isn't that a good story to tell? Yes, it is. Together with the above, we welcome the Honourable Minister Gillian Brown for her diagnostic approach of the challenges facing some of the state-owned companies and the commitments to address them. To give us some comfort as we understand that an accurate diagnosis will bring about effective remedial action as SOC's challenges that need to be addressed include funding with little or no assistance from the fiscus, the pace and quality of the delivery of capital projects, financial sustainability, and operational efficiency. Chairperson, we are proud to announce the LexCo implementation of the deed of settlement, which dates back to 2007, is approaching its final phase, with the registration and transfer of properties being the only significant outstanding issue. Throughout these phases, LexCo's management team has been hard at work, focusing mostly on the sustainability and the future of the diamond mining company. Chairperson, this company is now on a sustainable path following the improved performance of the pooling and sharing joint venture, as well as the 60 million investment of the new diamond processing plant in Muisvik in Port Nolloth. The growth in operation of this mine has also changed the socio-economic condition of the people of Richterveld and Port Nolloth, with the creation of more than 200 job opportunities. Once again, isn't that a good story to tell? Despite these improvements, we are, however, concerned about Elexco's lifespan challenges. I don't want to start with you again today. The fact that the company's mining operations are left with only 10 to 15 years is a matter that requires urgent attention. The company needs to explore new alternative initiatives in business ventures, and we hope this matter will be addressed soon. Chairperson, our government's commitment and capacity extends far beyond the limit created by the legacy of the past apartheid. And as we gain momentum and continue to traverse the terrain of creating a better life for all our people, we pay tribute to the youth of our country who, in this month, in the year 1976, dared to challenge the government of the day and in the process lay down their lives. We salute them. Chairperson, our national broadcaster under the Department of Communication continues to be the most reliable and effective broadcaster, giving us the advantage of the historical and the present-day perspectives. As a democratic and diverse nation, we cannot adequately accomplish this mission without a dynamic and viable communication strategy of which the Department of Communication prides itself. We commend both the Honorable Minister Squele and the Minister Ntambu for their resolve and determination to steady the ship and bring steadily to the prospective departments following the establishment of the new Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services. The smooth reconfiguration process of the two departments in terms of mandates and legislative process speaks volumes of the caliber of leadership this government known for and continues to produce good ministers who can handle these departments. The Honourable Minister, in our interaction with her, spells out her department's commitment in creating an enabling environment for the provisions of inclusive communication services to all South Africans in the manner that it promotes social economic development and investment through broadcasting news and print media on each technology platforms. We welcome the commitment based on the understanding that government communication strategy is a catalyst in promoting promoting nation building and a unity of social cohesion. Therefore, we support and we pay particular attention to the digital migration process and the completion of the amendment to the Broadcasting Digital Migration Policy in line with the court's ruling on the control systems of the set-top box. One, the policy amendment process is to complete. We expect no further delays as the Minister has already taken into consideration all the concerns raised by stakeholders in this sector. We are also pleased to note that about 5 million of our people who cannot afford these set-top boxes will receive them free of charge. Isn't that a good story to tell? We are closely monitoring all entities under the Department of Communication, paying close attention to this particular mandate and what
as you summarize, Honourable Member,
and the role each of the department are playing. Mr. Chairperson, we support this budget, and as I said earlier, this is the month of the youth, and this department is empowering the youth in the ICT industry by connecting them globally. I thank you.
Thank you very much. May I therefore call on the Honourable Minister, Public Enterprises, Lynn Brown, to conclude the debate.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In fact, Chair, I'm assuming that much of what the opposition parties were saying here today was just politics. Because I do have to say to you that I I find, I'm not sure you're speaking to me if you're shouting across the room. But I do want to tell you, excuse me.
Avoid engaging with the minister.
I don't know, Chair, how you can speak with just that sigh, that little voice coming through constantly. Chairperson, I do want to say to the Honourable Labuskaghni, she's absolutely right.
Honourable Minister, just hold, take a seat. On what point are you rising, Honourable Mtile? On what point are you rising?
On a point of order. May you please advise the minister not to be cross? These things do happen here. I can see she, instead of addressing you, she's addressing Honorable...
No, may I rule that point out of order because I did bring it to the attention of the minister that she must address me.
Okay. She seems to be a little bit...
Can you take your seat?
Is she okay now?
Honorable member, can you take your seat? Honorable Mtile.
The Honourable Mtile should go to the Portfolio Committee more often than we'd get a lot more sense from that side. But let me tell the Honourable Labuskaghni, she's absolutely right. The issue around the energy challenge is a combination. It's a combination of what our President has said, that pre-1994, we've had 5.2 million households. Post-19, and that happened for about 100 years or 90-odd years of Eskom's life. Only 5.2 million households had access to electricity. And the point is that essentially, they were white families. Post-1994, our freedom comes and we've got to equalize this country. And so 7 million more households get access to electricity. Pre-1994, we have a situation where the economy grows at about 1%. Now remember, energy is what helps to drive that economy. Up until 2008, before the downturn, the economic downturn, our economy was growing between 3 and 5%. And so the energy was also drove that economy, but also consumed the economy also consumed the energy. And so, of course, on the one hand, it was all those factors, and it had to do with the transformation of our state, the transformation of the economy, and of course, there are lots and lots of difficulties that the state-owned companies face. Most of those difficulties are difficulties that also has its genesis in the history of state-owned companies. State-owned companies were created over the last 100 years, pre-1994, to help the poor white question in this country. And let's be frank about it. That's why we have the post office to help the poor white within the post office. So Eskom, so Denel, so all of these institutions. But what happens is we've got to make sure that the state-owned companies are benefits to the whole country. And all South Africans must have a benefit out of the state-owned companies. And when I speak about benefit, I'm not speaking about getting a tender only. I'm speaking about the fact that 4,000 new engineers have been grown over the last 20 years. New engineers, brand new, black, white, colored Indian engineers have been grown. It wasn't only focused on one race group, it's focused on what the future holds for us in this country. And so the state-owned company must be able to drive its own transformation. Having said that, you speak as if state-owned companies do not contribute to the economy. Be careful. It has an asset base of 755 billion rand. Well, in my portfolio, that's the asset base. It drives the economy. It drives job creation. 63,000 people are employed in Transnet alone. 43,000 are employed in Eskom alone. And so what we are seeing, it doesn't help the two colleagues to scream at me. You must be strong, because we want to transform this country, and we will transform the country. And of course, it's easy to say, do it this way, do it that way, and the B this and the B that. Let me tell you that the largest companies and the most companies that actually do business with Eskom are white and large. And you find a few companies.
Hold it, Honourable Minister. On what point are you rising, Honourable Member?
Honourable Chair, I would like to know if the Cuban engineers are part of the South Africans that will receive jobs.
No, that's a point for debate. Honourable Member, may you take a seat? That's a point for debate. It's not a point of order. No, you have forfeited your opportunity to raise whatever that you had to raise. Can you conclude, Honourable Minister?
And so, honourable members, I'm very grateful for this engagement. I want to thank the Honourable Ellen Prince, who very ably leads this select committee. It's there that we can unpack the detail of this portfolio. It is unfortunate that you have a sense, the member from the EFF, that the department should not be existing. But you see, the point is, you can't be a regulator, a policy department, as well as shareholder department. And so the three issues are issues that come together.
Honourable Smith,
when you run the country one day, you can change it.
Honourable Deputy Chair, I would like to know if the Minister is prepared to take a question on coal purchases.
Come again, on what?
Whether the Minister would take a question on the purchase of coal.
On the purchase of coal?
I'm sure the honourable member can ask the question in the select on a written question. It will be great. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer it. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. In actual fact, Honourable Smith, I would love to address you. I was not sure, but upon reflection, I remember the last time sounds like was used, it was with reference to calling a dog. Can you clarify me on that? Because if then that is the case, I would demand for you to withdraw.
Honourable Chair, absolutely not. I will never reflect badly on any member of this council. I was referring to sweet talk, to say sweet talk.
I will definitely have to come back to that in the next sitting. Just to satisfy myself, Honourable Twele, can you conclude the debate?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity to thank the members of the Council for the support and the understanding of the plight of the rural and underserved communities. This is what is driving the ANC government to spare no effort in bridging the digital divide. I agree with Honorable Prince that the ICTs are the lifeblood of a digital or information society. It is critical for the development and the competitiveness of a nation. I also agree with Honorable Masang that we must support community media. Centec, one of our state-owned companies, is doing that with community radio station. They've assisted them free to connect them to this parliament. So they are watching you as you speak, the community radio stations. I would like to encourage, however, that Honorable Nyambi, to invite Honorable Masango out of the comforts of Bronco Strait in Swane Metro to real rural areas like Nkomanzi. Yes, Honorable Member Siakub, we are in touch with the communities on the ground, and they are not in despair like DA, but they are optimistic about the future under the ANC government. We've been to Vembe. We listen with the government, local government, mayors, the MECs, listening to the people on the ground. We've been to Gersibande, going to schools in the township, looking at their plight, the challenges in the clinic. We know exactly, their rural police station, what challenges are they facing? So that when we design these things, they address the real challenges which are confronting people. We've been to Msinga, the rural Msinga, where those who are already benefiting, those schools, it has changed their life, those who have got the tablets in that rural Msinga. It has changed those clinics in those areas. We've been to St. John's at Mtata. We've been to Ngangelizwe, where we identified that while they're having all the problem in Ngangelizwe, they are just less than a kilometer from the fiber. So where the police station have to send and fax things to the provincial office just to get the case numbers, as soon as we connect them, that will be done on the ground. We've been to Emalahleni in the Eastern Cape, working with the mayor there, looking and evaluating the projects which were rolled out by USASA. And we've seen young ladies who have improved their business in the small business sector. From selling apples now, they are selling services. They are getting even more money. We have done, through those interactions, upgraded the networks and addressed all the challenges which were raised by the people in those areas. We are working with the government of Free State, for instance, to identify which schools are going to be rationalized so that we don't run expensive infrastructure to farm schools which are going to be rationalized in the near future. We're doing the same with Northern Cape, Gauteng government, and the Western Cape. We're engaging with the premiers. Chairperson, a lot of members commented on the broadband infraco, and they were saying that it will be broke by September. Let me just say, as members of parliament, we must be a little bit careful. We must assess the information you're getting. Broadband infraco told us last year that it would be broke by the beginning of this year. We said, go and rework, show us the figures. It changed, they were going to be broke by March. It changed to June, it changed to September. And we have really said they must re-evaluate their business processing. And now they are telling us they'll have the monies until the end of the financial year. So we must be careful that we are not budgeting instruments where we can just throw the money. We are aware of the challenges the company is facing, and we are rationalizing anyway these companies and transforming them. We'll address even the critical skills which are needed, like the CFO. We've made commitment in this parliament that we will address that. In short, Honorable Person, we will continue to work with you because you come from the provinces. You come from the ground. We'll continue to give you the information so that when you go to your constituencies, we are armed with real information to assist so that you can assist us to assist these underdeveloped and underserviced areas. We must, as Mandela has said, we must avoid digital divide because its impacts will be worse than the apartheid. We want those rural kids to be the same as the kids in our urban areas. We want them to be the same and have the same opportunities like any other person in the world. So I really encouraged by the understanding of the majority of the members that we do need these resources, and we have to work together to create a modern information society. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Kwele and Minister Lynn Brown. That concludes the debate, honorable members, and appreciate the availability of both two ministers and the deputy minister in the debate. The secretary would read the fifth order of the day.
Policy debate on budget vote number 13, Women, Appropriation Bill B6 2015.
Let me welcome the minister and invite the minister to introduce the debate.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson of the Select Committee, Honorable Mohapi, honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me and privilege to present the budget vote of the Department of Women located in the Presidency Vote 13. May I inform you of our former Director General, Ms. Veliswa Paduza, who resigned at the end of January to pursue other career opportunities. I am pleased to introduce our new Director General, Ms. Jenny Schreiner, who was appointed from the 1st of April 2015. The policy debate takes place as we celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, and this must serve as a platform for assessing our achievements in the realization of a truly non-sexist, non-racist, democratic, and united South Africa. Today in South Africa, every man and woman has the right to vote and to be voted for. To this end, the ANC has adopted a gender parity in all of its decision-making structures. This has led to increased women representation in Parliament, women representation in this particular house, and the chairperson of this house is a woman. With regard to mayors, we are about 33% in the country. We use the occasion of this budget vote debate to encourage other parties in this house and also in its membership to embrace the principle of gender parity. The AU decision that by 2020 all African countries must have achieved gender parity is important in challenging patriarchy in Africa. It will also ensure that the destruction of the economic and political glass ceiling that restricts women's progress will be achieved. Chairperson, I'm pleased to announce that the transfer of functions and programs related to the rights of people with disability and of children to the Department of Social Development has been concluded. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Department of Social Development, the Department of Public Service and Administration, and National Treasury for their cooperation, guidance, and assistance. In the reconfiguring and the restructuring of the department, we have engaged on how to programmatize its mandate in a manner that contributes meaningfully to the achievement of the National Development Plan, Vision 2020, and the various implementation strategies that supports the NDP. The first phase of the realignment and the restructuring process has been finalized with the department tabling the strategic plan and annual performance plan in this house. I have in April 2015 signed off on a structure aligned to our mandate, which has been approved by the Acting Minister of Public Service and Administration. The next 3 months will see completion of the job descriptions and skills requirement of the department. This will include skills audits, matching and placing processes of existing staff, and an intense recruitment drive to build the capacity of the department for improved delivery. The department's budgets for 2015-2016, it's 187,002,000 rand, of which 67 million rand and 67,689,000 rand
is transferred to the Commissioner for Gender Equality. This leaves the department with an operational budget for 2015-16 of 19,313,000 rand for this financial year. The money for this financial year is allocated across 4 budgets interim programs. However, going forward, we are reconfiguring the department in accordance with our mandate in that regards. The new organogram comprise the following: socioeconomic empowerment, research policy, knowledge management, which will also incorporate monitoring and evaluation and outreach. We note that the budget allocation for the department is inadequate to enable effective planning and deliver on the key performance areas of the department. Therefore, we intend to engage National Treasury to ensure that we are adequately resourced. Our mandate, the socio-economic empowerment of women and advancement of gender equality, requires that we ensure gender mainstreaming in all of the MTSF outcomes. This task is daunting but not insurmountable. We are in the process of reviewing the status of all gender focal points. This will include provincial and local governments. The review will focus on the impact of their work to society and various constituencies. The gender focal points are a critical program for advancing the work of the department nationally and provincially and locally. To realize outcome 14 in the MTSF, which is a nation building and social cohesion, our budget program structure will be strategically positioned to enable us to continue to fight against structural gender imbalances and patriarchy in all forms and manifestations. The IMC on violence against women and children, after consultation with the key stakeholders, has developed an integrated national program of action addressing violence against women and children. The purpose of this program of action is to step up national efforts to stop all forms of abuse of women and children. This goal will be achieved through the operation of 3 main pillars: prevention and protection, response, care, and support. My department will embark on national dialogues, reaching out to communities in all provinces. Our main target is rural communities because we want to consciously give a voice to the rural women in ensuring that we bring progress. The Department of Women has moved away from an event-driven 16 days of activism on no violence against women and children to a program which must happen 365 days. Hence, last year we launched hashtag 365 days on no violence against women and children campaign, which mobilized members of society, especially men, to join hands with government against this scourge with the theme, Count Me In. In partnership with the Department of Sports and Recreation, we left behind communities, parks for children and food gardens and sports, people mobilized as ambassadors for no violence against women. In this campaign, we reached out about 500 million people in 46 countries through One Gospel, SABC, ANN7, ETV, and other media platforms. Our August month program this year will be a build-up towards the 60th anniversary of the 1956 March, Women's March, as we celebrate the achievements of women and remember our fallen heroines, such as Maruth, Mumpati, and we want to pay homage to women leaders in the caliber of Charlotte Maxeke, Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Amina Kachalia, Ray Alexander Simons, Dorothy Nyembe, Albertina Sisulu, Rahima Musa, Adelaide Tambo, and the rest. Together with all the stakeholders, we will be intensifying the integration of planning of Women's Month activities to ensure that the outreach is maximized. This August month, we will also release a report on the status of women as promised. In line with outcome 14, decent employment through inclusive growth, we will focus on financial inclusion of women in the mainstream economy. This debate could not have come at a more appropriate time as we emerge from the 25th AU Summit of the Heads of State, hosted by our country, which convened under the theme, 2015, the Year of the Empowerment of Women, towards Africa Agenda 2063. The AU has started to put women at the heart of developmental agenda of our continent through, amongst others, the African Women's Decade 2010 to 2020 and the Africa Agenda 2063. Our country also hosted two prestigious meetings at margins of the 25th AU Summit, namely the second AU High-Level Panel on Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment, the meeting of the AU ministers in charge of gender and women's affairs. The outcome of the two meetings was Johannesburg Declaration and call for action on financial inclusion of women in agribusiness, which calls member states to upscale implementation of the AU instruments and programs, especially the Africa's Agenda 2063, and to ensure that women are integrated into the mainstream budgets and economy rather than women's funds, which confine women to micro-business. Further, AU member states were called to reintroduce agriculture as a field of study, including agribusiness and value chain. The summit also called for the hand who held the grinding stone and the machete to be relegated to the agricultural museums, and that technological advanced and innovative instruments and methods in agriculture must be made available for women. One exciting innovation in agriculture is to make tillers available to women, which will ease their use, save time, and increase productivity. These tillers, which were given to all heads of states, could be locally produced and therefore contribute to job creation. This department will work with the departments of the economic cluster to review the impact of the existing funding models on women's empowerment in our country. We are concerned that the levels of funding to women is far from adequate, and will be working with DFIs and all financial institutions that ensure financial inclusion of women in the mainstream economy. Access to funding is critical to empowerment of women in the economy. The department will be in the forefront of determining the modalities of the best practice of women's financial inclusion. We will continue to contribute to outcome 2, a long and healthy life for all South Africans, supported through Budget Program 2. We will work with the Department of Health in the improvement and reduction of maternal mortality. We will continue to raise our concerns with the Minister of Health about the issues of unequal access to health for women. We are conscious of the causal links between maternal mortality, poverty, and access to health services, and must make sure that our government takes health services and health infrastructure to where women are. The department will work with the Department of Social Development to ensure the achievements of Outcome 13, an inclusion and responsive social protection system, with particular emphasis on the burden of housework and care responsibilities on women, particularly in female-headed households. The extension of social protection to women and children is a very significant contribution to household income and hence impact on poverty reduction. The aspects of social protection that include shelters for women, provision of children, care are important for releasing women for more participation in the economy and society. May I once more take this opportunity to my DG, Ms. Jenny Schreiner, her team, for their continued support and their sterling work in repositioning the department to meet its new mandate. Chairperson, I thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. May I therefore call on Honorable Manopole? Oh, just told Honorable Manopole, Honorable Mikalakis, on what point are you standing on?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. On a point of order, the speakers list indicates Honorable Manopole as the chairperson of this committee. I just want some clarity whether this is an honest mistake or whether the House is perhaps just too ashamed to say that the gentleman, the honorable gentleman actually heading the committee of women is actually a man who was recently in the newspaper for beating his girlfriend. Thank you.
Honorable Member Mikalakis, the statement has got serious undertones. That's point number one. And then point number two, the speakers list that I have in front of me says Honorable Manopole Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. It doesn't state as chairperson. So what you have there is something else. And therefore maybe request you just to withdraw that last part, because it's a matter that is had happened outside there, that was reported in the media. We don't have facts of that.
Honorable Chairperson, it was reported in the media as a fact, but I withdraw.
Thank you very much. Honorable Manopole.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Ke tse tšhone go leboga Chief Whip le Minister Shabangu, NCOP members and special delegates, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery. Modulasetulo Tlotlegang. A ke tse tšhone go tsa ngangisano ya budget vote ya bomme. Ke nagana gore e tla neiwa tšhono e tshwanetseng ya ka bomme, because bomme ba tshwara thipa ka bogaleng. Africa Day, which celebrated on the 21st May 2015, is commemorated of the formation of Organization of African Union, now African Union. The aim of this formation is all African countries to collectively address the challenges faced by the continent and respective countries. One of the challenges that the continent is faced with is issues of gender inequality. The issue of gender equality is very important for African Union. And as such, 2015 has been declared as an Africa Union, as a year of women emancipation and development towards Gender 23, as the Minister has already mentioned. Africa Union Commission, which is administrative arm of the Africa Union, is chaired by Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. During a consultative workshop held in Addis Ababa in January 2015, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma said, I quote, "If women are emancipated and uplifted, the women race will be better," close quote. This year's budget vote for the Department of Women is being delivered at a very critical time and a moment for South Africa and African continent as a whole. The year 2015 is very significant for the women for the following reason. 2015 is the deadline for the achievement of Millennium Development Goals, and Millennium Development Goals number 3 speaks specifically to the promotion of gender equality. 2015 is also deadline for the achievement of goals as specified in a SADC protocol of gender development. Patriarchy is manifested in different forms in the society. Patriarchy is embedded in the economy, in political institutions, ideologies, in legal system, in education, in religious and cultural and social institutions. This supremacy differs from society to society. During apartheid era in South Africa is included racial oppression as well. The following are some of the laws passed by the country as a sign to committed towards achievement of gender parity in South Africa. Constitution Act in 1996 that prohibits unfair discrimination against women on grounds of sex or gender. Employment Equity Act of 1999. Promotion of equity and Promotion of Equity and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act of 2000. South African National Policy Framework for Women Empowerment and Gender Equality of 2000. It's one of those policies that and frameworks and acts that have been placed by this government. Besides the legislative reform, South Africa has established programs to ensure protection of women. One such program is Commission of Gender Equality. Gender equality is a Chapter 9 institution set up in advance gender equality in all spheres of society. The gender equality receives its funding from the Department of Women. Therefore, the other initiative by the government to show their commitment towards gender equality and emancipation of women. For example, there are equality codes Sexual Offence Court, Tutuzela Care Centers, Land Commission and Land Claim Courts, etc. The commitment shown by the country is in achieving gender equality is the result of the commitment of the ruling party towards the gender and women empowerment. The following are some of the examples that shows that the ruling party is committed in ensuring that the majority of South African citizens of this country enjoy the benefits of the democracy. The African National Congress, the first organization to introduce the equity quota system, and this has led a number of females holding the parliamentary seats in parliament. Because of ANC is a progressive organization, during the 53rd ANC conference in Mangaung, it reaffirms the Polokwane resolution with regards to the women, whereby the organization recommitted itself towards achievement of 50-50 parity. It was then decided that in order to expedite the commitment, there must be a ministry solely responsible for women. The Department of Women is mandated to champion the advancement of women socio-economic empowerment and promotion of gender equality through mainstreaming, advocacy, monitoring, and evaluation. The Department of Women achieves its mandate through 4 programs. That is, the Department of Women strategical plays the push the women's agenda forward by accelerating implementation of government policies and programs towards women's social, economic, and political empowerment and participation on ongoing basis. The second one, accelerating and enhancing the implementation of a mechanism that promotes the fighting of women and societal transformation on an ongoing basis. That one, they are aligned with the NDP and outcomes of nation building and social cohesion. The Department of Women has received its first standalone budget. I should attest that and also echo what the minister has said. This is a really a minimum budget that has been allocated to this department. Vote 13 for 2015 and 16. The total allocation budget for 2015 and 16 is 2,000 million. A sum of 689,000 million will be transferred to the Commission for the Gender Equality, leaving department with 119,313 million for the achievement of the mandate of this financial year. Under Program 1, the department will ensure that good governance and administration. Good governance and administration details strict adherence to relevant public sector laws and policies like PFMA, supply chain policies, as well as HR policies. The Select Committee of COCTA and Women will advise the accounting officer, who is brand new, of the department to compile monthly reports on both the financial and non-financial performance of the department. This action will assist the department to regularly monitor its spending and performance patterns. The second program of Departments of Women is aimed at addressing the social and economic political barriers faced by the South African women in fully attaining their women's rights. The validation of laws, policies, plans, programs towards achievement of gender equality and very critical, but without appropriate budget that address specific needs of women and men, all good efforts will be in vain. It is very important to have budget that is responsive to the different needs of men and women. A gender responsive budget is not a separate budget for the women and men, but a budget that is carefully planned to achieve gender equality. That is why the Department of Women will be looking at developing standardized gender responsive budget framework for implementation of all departments. Knowing the third program of the department, which speaks to the research policy analysis. The Department of Women will be conducting research and report on the current socio-economic status of women and available funding opportunities for women's business. The department will also analyze sector-specific policies to ensure that there is a coordination between various departments of government. Knowledge is power. Information is liberating. Education is premise of progress. In every society, in every family. Kofi Annan is what he have said and he quoted. As the above quote of Kofi Annan says, access to information is very important, empowering tool. So the department will also be establishing a center that will serve as a knowledge hub for the women. The Department of Women will ensure that this knowledge hub is accessible to all women, even that in the rural area. The department will also monitor the South African legislation dealing with the issues affecting women. The purpose of this monitoring is tracking implementation of domestic laws. In addition, monitoring and implementation of Department of Women will also evaluate an impact on effectiveness of implementation of legislation. When we always understand that men and women are partners towards the achievement of gender equality. In 1954, Women's Charter as vowed as follows: as we teach, I quote, as we teach men that they cannot hope to liberate themselves from the evils of the discrimination and prejudice as long as they fail to extend to the women's complete and unqualified equality in law and in practice, close quote. We note the significant progress of intervention by government to address transformation and emancipation of women in the country. But there is still minimal progress, especially in the private sector. We therefore make a clarion call to the private sector to come to the party, at least to come to the party, and let us all push the women agenda forward as partners by implementing the available legislation. The 2015 and 16 budget allocation of the department is aimed towards improving lives of majority citizens of South Africa to be able to enjoy the gains in democracy as equal partners of aspects of the society. When women's issues cut across all sectors of the society, it is very important that all NCOP select committee are vigilant during the oversight functions to ensure that each government department must regularly report on the following: numbers of women employed in their senior management position within their department, number of women who have been benefited programs of each department, number of women service providers being. So for this, as the budget articulate the NDP objectives and targets of manifesto.
Thank you.
As the select committee will support the budget.
Honorable Julius.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, good day, members, the public in the gallery. Honorable Chairperson, yeah, I won't mention the Bashir issue. I think we're winning the war there. But the Department of Women within the presidency could have played a more crucial role in our society, still remnant from the inequalities of apartheid. It could have been a beacon of hope for so many women who raise children on their own, our gogos, mothers, sisters, and daughters alike. It could have championed the rights of the girl child to become oppressed by abuse too early in life. It could have championed the rights of children whose parents do not take responsibility for their care and safety. Honorable Chairperson, this department is one where failed administration is its first priority and where the views of the people is supposed to protect fall on deaf ears. It happened when this department was started by President Zuma in 2009 and is continuing when it was restructured in 2014. Honorable Chair, 64% of the 2013-14 budget for the Commission of Gender Equality was spent on the compensation of employees. No wonder there's no money for programs to uplift the women in our communities. This department is supposed to promote, protect, and evaluate gender equality. The department The departmental budget for women in the presidency is 187 million for the 2015-16 budget year and is expected to increase to just over 200 million by the 2017-2018 financial year. The budget for administration, I'm not a woman, but I respect their rights. That's why I stand here. You don't have to be a woman to protect women's rights, and the minister can bear me out there. Please tell your ANC person there, I don't have to be a woman to look after women's rights, Minister. The budget for administration will increase.
Honorable Julius, let me remind you, you are protected, but don't address them. You have to speak them through me. Continue. You are protected.
Thank you, Chairperson. The budget for administration will increase by 102.4%. If this department cannot do anything useful with its current budget, how can this increase be justified? On the international front, it was announced on the 11th of May 2015 that the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women, its causes and consequences, Ms. Rashida Manjoo, cancelled a visit to South Africa planned for May because she was unable to confirm the dates of a visit from the South African government. A special rapporteur, by the way, may only visit nation states upon an invitation, and by failing to confirm her dates, the South African government forced the cancellation of a visit. This outraged a lot of NGOs in our country, and we cannot overlook the importance of NGOs in our country because they play a pivotal role in the rights of women and children in this country, amongst others. The ANC-led government has shown it does not care about our international commitments. Response to the recommendations made by the Committee for the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women on the South African 2011 country report is outstanding since 2013. The fifth periodic country report due to CEDAW in February has not been submitted, and moreover, the report on the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of women in Africa is also outstanding. For every day that the ANC ignores its commitment to the international human rights, we fail our communities and ultimately our people, not to talk about al-Bashir. Honorable Chair, in South Africa, an estimated 9 million children are growing up in single-parent households. The vast majority of these households are headed by mothers. About 43% of children in South Africa are raised with only one parent. This represents almost half of the children in our country. And my honorable friend here, Chairperson, is actually mocking when people are headed, when we have child-headed households and single-parent households. But the DA launched a campaign stating that child maintenance defaulters must pay their bills. We have received very positive feedback from various communities in South Africa. In just 3 short weeks, 20,000 South Africans signed our petition, and only in late May did the ANC finally agree to reinstate Clause 11 in the draft Maintenance Amendment Bill, which would allow for blacklisting of defaulting parents. This department would do well to follow in the DA footsteps and champion causes that would allow children to grow up in a home of opportunity. It all starts in the home. It's no secret that the incidence of sexual crimes in South Africa is exceptionally high. In 2013-2014, almost 63,000 sexual offenses were committed. It's strange. It's strange when we talk about sexual offenses that people start heckling. It's a serious matter. A decrease of 5.6% from the previous year, however, still representing 171 sexual offenses committed every day of the year. We should really do something about it, liaising with other departments, Honourable Minister, to get this on track. The DA-run Western Cape has set the bar high in its commitment to women equality. Shoes that the ANC has proven it can never fill. The Western Cape Premier's Advancement of Youth Project is just one example of this, but my colleague from the Western Cape, the Honorable Maseko, will elaborate on that further. We cannot ignore the plight of women in our country. We cannot let maladministration and a lack of political will allow women to be forgotten by the ANC government. How long before their voices are heard? How long before we, men and women, may live in a fair society? Honorable Chairperson, there are 3 further solutions to this department. As a DA, we always give solutions. And here's one. 3 ways that we can further this department. In a DA alternative government, we would disband this department due to consistent overexpenditure on administration and staff costs, underexpenditure on core programs, and would save 185 million rand, which we could spend on programs that would make a real difference in people's lives. A different based on freedom, fairness, and giving people, especially women, children, and people with disabilities, real opportunity for upliftment. We would prioritize a holistic national strategic plan through appropriate legislation after engaging victims, community leaders, and activist groups. We would furthermore be committed to launching an education and awareness program aimed at deconstructing the historical legacy of patriarchal culture entrenched in our communities. Chairperson, the Honourable Minister must tell us if she is truly committed to this department, because the evidence is piling up against her. The department is in disarray. A DA national government is really what the country needs. In the DA, we focus on equality in everything we do. As the only caring government in South Africa, Chairperson, when we get to the union buildings nationally, we will make freedom, fairness, and opportunity the top priority. Union buildings, says Fikile. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Dikhale.
Ke a go leboga modulasetulo e re ke dumediše minister maloko a NCOP baeng ba rena go boima ka sa gašo re re ge o apara letalo la nku ke moka wa ba phiri o tono ba gagola batho ba ya gana ka mogausi ka mo legislature ya Western Cape o humana gore leadership ya gona is male dominated. So o ipotšiša gore na ge Honorable Julius a re DA tlhokomela basadi o ipotšiša gore na ke ba bafe basadi ba gona mara a gona bothata maAfrika ba theeleditše bile ba lebeletše bile ba bona ba tlo no le bontšha ka mehla gore ANC ya ba tlhokomela. Honorable House Chairperson, 59 years ago, over 20,000 fearless women who had been seared by the flames of withering injustice and suffered.
Honorable Mukarakis.
Honourable Chairperson, would the Honourable Member be prepared to take a question, please?
No, Honourable Members. You can respond for yourself. Honourable Dikhale, are you ready to take
I am not ready, Chairperson. I am ready to debate my speech. March to Union Buildings on 9 August 1956 to present a petition against the carrying of passes. As the women of South Africa, we are truly indebted to the relentless efforts of the women of 1956 under the courageous leadership of the stalwarts of our fight for gender equality such as Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Albertina Sisulu, and Auntie Sophia Williams-de Bruyn. Allow me to take this moment to pay a laudable voice of tribute to all the women of our nation who continue to carry the torch of resilience in our national quest to wage a fearless battle against all forms of gender discrimination and oppression in our society. Honorable House Chairperson, next month on the 31st of July, our nation will join the masses of women across Africa to commemorate the 53rd anniversary of the Pan-African Women's Organization, which was established on the 31st July 1962, a year before the formation of the then Organization of African Unity. I would also like to take this opportunity to extend our warm wishes to the PAWO. We want to assure the leadership of the PAWO and women across the African continent that although we will engage somewhere else in our parliamentary work, we will be with them. We will also continue to join the PAWO to lend a laudable voice on the plight of women across the continent, especially in the fight against the oppression of the African woman, her people, and children. Honorable House Chairperson, the ANC has been at the forefront of women's struggles by putting forward a vision for a non-sexist society and institutionalizing gender equality and women's empowerment through its policies, its institutional arrangements, and intervention measures. As the ANC, we waged a concerted battle to ensure that the ideal of gender equality becomes a fundamental tenet of our Bill of Rights in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Our resolve to move with utmost speed and determination to mainstreaming gender equality in all sectors of the South African society is informed by our atrocious history, which is steeped in institutional racism, where rights, life chances, and the distribution of goods and services were predicated along racial lines. It is also a past where respect for the dignity of individuals was determined by the color of their skin and further within the various racial groupings by their gender and social status. As the ANC, we hold the ideal to remain the champions of the plight of women sacred because of our lived experiences. Re bolela ka taba yeo re e tsebago, yeo re nago le tsebo ya yona. As the champions of the fight against racism and all forms of women discrimination, the ANC government in 1994 took solemn oath to dismantle all forms of apartheid, social relations, and practices in our society. We made a resolve to continue in our collective path in pursuit of emancipation of women and wage a rigorous fight to ensure gender equality remains a cardinal goal and anchor for a free in our democracy. When we adopted the Constitution in 1996, and subsequently a plethora of policies, including the National Policy Framework for Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality, we made a resolute undertaking to redress a past that instilled a culture where the socio-cultural dictates and expectations of all groups defined women to be less deserving and capable than men. After the demise of apartheid in 1994, we moved with fierce urgency and determination to adopt a gender policy framework which established guidelines for South Africa as a nation to take action to remedy the atrocious historical legacy of the marginalization of women in our society. It is these decisive steps that continue to advance our collective effort to put an end to gender discrimination and the marginalization of women in our society. Honorable Chair, speaking during the country's first State of the Nation address after the first democratic elections in 1994, former President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela ushered a resolute pledge for the new democratic government towards the advancement and protection of women in South Africa when he said, I quote, "Freedom cannot be achieved unless the women have been emancipated from all forms of oppression," close quote. Today, as the ANC, we rise with greater humility and pride with the masses of our people that our nation has moved with utmost rigor and determination to lead a global path towards gender mainstreaming and equality. We have demonstrated that our conviction is beyond rhetoric. Today, we take great pride that our nation has moved with utmost speed to have one of the most comprehensive national gender machinery in the world. South Africa is generally acknowledged to be a model of best practice by many countries in the African continent and globally. Women representation in parliament increased drastically from 2% 26.7% during apartheid to 27% after the historic 1994 elections. It reached 44% after 2009 general elections. South Africa is number 4 amongst countries with the highest number of women in parliament. Today, over 43% of the cabinet ministers are women. Cabinet minister of the ANC-led government. We have seen a decisive campaign by government to increase the appointment of women into management positions in the public service and state-owned enterprises, including career progression from lower ranks where women are already in majority. Honorable Chairperson, despite the enormity of the progress that we have made, many women in our country are still faced with countless challenges and wallowing in the valley of despair. Although gender mainstreaming resulted in the establishment of substantial gender machinery across government, we are concerned about poor monitoring in both government and the private sector. We are concerned that women remain the face of poverty, unemployment, lack of opportunities, poor health, and economic deprivation. Our society still suffers from the persistence of religious and cultural practices that are discriminatory towards women and girls. Women in rural areas still face the grim reality of practices such as ukutwala or forced marriages and female genital mutilation. It is clear that the approach of education and advocacy is not yielding the desired outcome. Honorable Minister, we must ensure that we put a stop to those who continue to force women and girls or dare undermine their bodily integrity and constitutional rights in the name of culture. We need to move with utmost resilience to ensure that our gender machinery framework is legally binding and that those who dare appoint an all-male cabinet or in whatever form demonstrate their disregard of our national commitment to create an equal society are made to account. To complete the task of gender equality, we must ensure that the legislative undertaking that we made to the women of South Africa must be accompanied not only by policy measures that promote this constitutional principle, but they should also result in adverse penalties for those who fail to comply. Honorable Chairperson, as the ANC, we want to make a pledge to the women of South Africa that we remain resolute in our resolve and determination to champion the plight and dismantle all forms of gender marginalization and discrimination in all sectors of our society. We want to reassure the women of South Africa that we shall continue to our quest to fight for their economic emancipation. We shall wage a concerted fight against those who still show disregard of our national resolve and commitment to dismantle apartheid social relations by showing disregard to women. We shall stand tall on the shoulders of our nation to speak against anyone among who still view women as lesser capable to lead or share whatever platform or position. In conclusion, let me say, watinta abafazi, watinti mbogoto, you strike a woman, you strike a rock. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Masego.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I am grateful to participate in the significant 2015-16 budget vote, 13 for women. The advancement of women has and will continue to be a personal pursuit in which I actively engage. Chairperson, in opening her budget vote speech, Honorable Shabangu referred to Mayor Ruth Mumpati's role in struggle for liberation. In light of the subject of discussion today, I pay homage to the women of South Africa, who are still struggling for liberation in this present day, 21 years into democracy. I pay homage to the women still struggling for freedom in our constitutionally democratic country. I call to mind the mother of a substance abuser, the mother, sister, and daughter of a known gangster, the mother who lost her innocent bystanding child to gang violence, the women who are sole breadwinners on a menial salary, the women who suffered corrective rape due to homophobia, the matric girl who's barred from attending school because of the surrounding gang wars, and the women who dream of becoming the president of South Africa. Chairperson, are these women truly free, or are they still struggling for the liberation under the ANC government? In her speech, Honorable Shabangu asked the late great Mayor Ruth to convey messages To the other leaders of the 1956 Women's March, today I ask Honorable Minister to tell the mother of the substance abuser in Worcester that she is a prisoner of her circumstance in a democratic republic because the national ANC government is misappropriating funds instead of investing in job creation opportunities in order to alleviate poverty so that the youth does not turn to drugs as an escape from their socio-economic status. Can the Honorable Minister please tell the mother and sister and daughter of the known gangster in Bonte-Yevel that they have to continue fearing for their lives and living devalued lives because of the South African Police Service under the national ANC government refuses to reinstate specialized units that will combat gangsterism? Can the Honorable Minister also tell the mothers who have lost innocent children in Lavender Hill as a result of gang violence that the ANC national government delayed or simply did not acknowledge the Western Cape government's plea to send in the South African National Defence Force to stabilize volatile situations in province due to politicizing policing and safety? Tell the girl in matric that she cannot practice her right to education as the school had to be closed due to gang violence in the area in Manenberg because the ANC has to maintain their alleged gang connection with the likes of Mark Liefman. Can the Honorable Minister tell the woman who is the sole breadwinner on a menial salary that the ANC dragged its feet on taking punitive action against maintenance defaulters? Chair, the fact that over 9 million men are not adhering to their parental responsibility places added pressure on single mothers in South Africa. Absent fathers place an extra weight on women and far too often hinder them from accessing opportunities and realizing their own dreams. The financial support of children in the legal and moral duty of both parents. However, this is not always the case, and the financial parental responsibility often falls solely on the mother, which in effect is a form of economic abuse against her and by default women in general. The red tape involved in obtaining the financial support legally due to her and her children is already emotionally draining. There should not be the added hardship of dealing with secondary trauma from insensitive officials in the Department of Justice. Single mothers are to be supported in dealing with their partners, both current and former, when they seek legal assistance in their non-support cases. Chairperson, it was only 19th May 2015 that the ANC finally gave in to the pressure from the Democratic Alliance Women's Network to reinstate Clause 11 in the draft Maintenance Amendment Bill, which enables blacklisting of defaulting parents. Honorable Minister, explain to the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgendered, and intersex community in Kailicha why the ANC has remained relatively silent on corrective rape and other homophobic practices. I sincerely hope that the 67,689,000 rand transferred to the Commission of Gender Equality will be used to redress homophobia, especially in patriarchal societies, as well as to fund initiatives promoting tolerance. Chair, can the Honorable Minister confirm that it was indeed the ANC Women's League President, Honorable Angie Motshekga, who said that South Africa is not ready to have a female president, and further motivated with, and I quote, "We know the ANC, we understand the ANC, we understand the ANC processes, and no one wants to go into a fetal battle. There are traditions, there are processes, and those processes have a long, long life. If this is so, can the minister tell the woman who aspires to be the president of South Africa that the department's 187,002,000 rand budget allocation for 2015-16 will not open opportunities for her to one day be the president? Because the line between the party and state is blurred, and national government will rather blindly follow ANC directives such as this typical sexist slay. While the Honorable Minister said it, can she also please tell the ambitious women that soon, and very soon, the DA will be elected as the national government of South Africa, and the opportunities will then be open for her dreams to become a reality? Chairperson, the women of South Africa needs more than only financial support to a governmental department. The women in South Africa need a dedicated commitment from the department to redress the plight of women. The women of South Africa need fairness, opportunity, and freedom. The women of South Africa need accountability and transparency from the department and the national government as a whole. Essentially, the women of South Africa need the national ANC government to stop misappropriating public funds because there is a more dire need for development, especially for women in South Africa. I encourage the Minister and her department to consider investing funds from this allocation to best practice models for the empowerment of women. The Western Cape government has made significant strides in its effort to redress the plight of women in the province. One such initiative is the Western Cape Premier's Advancement of Youth. The PAY project provides internships for matriculants with on-the-job training in government departments for a year. Since its launch in 2011, the project has provided 2,952 young people with the opportunity to gain workplace experience and skills, of which 1,674 were young women. The PAY project has reaped so much positive benefits and assisted young women to such an extent that President Zuma announced that all government departments nationally will be required to follow suit. Chairperson, I urge the Minister and her department to follow through with the President's request as a matter of urgency because opportunities for women to live lives they can value can no longer be delayed by the ANC national government. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Councillor Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of NCOP, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of NCOP, Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chair, let me start by first paying tribute to our stalwart and patriot Mayor of Mompati. We salute her for a contribution and dedication to emancipate of the women in the country. Honorable Chair, as organized local government, we are very pleased to participate in this debate. We would first like to applaud the Minister's focus to fight poverty and reduce inequality in line with the vision of National Development Plan. As SALCA, we believe that the Department of Women carries one of the most important national budget votes. Honorable Chair, we are all aware that given the constitutional imperative of gender equality and non-discrimination, the South African government has put in place clear targets enabling the advancement of women in politics and decision-making positions. We are also aware that the country we have substantially progressed in increasing the number of women in political office, including the representation in the local government structures. However, it is also true that many challenges still remain that limit the realization of an enabling environment that promote full and effective participation of women in decision-making, policy-making, and service delivery. Sure. An important component of legislation scrutiny is to ensure that the budget addresses the needs of women and men equitably. In fact, by failing to account to this, the different roles, capability, and needs of women and men, budget can reinforce existing inequalities. Strengthening the administration of the department it is very vital as responsibility to achieve gender equality and end violence against women requires not only a clear demonstration of political commitment, but also systematically and sustained action backed by strong dedication and permanent institutional mechanism. As a way of creating a mechanism to coordinate and give voice to issues of gender in local government, SALCA launched the SALCA Women's Commission in November 2010. It's through the activities of the Women Commission that we intend to create a strong foundation of which the stakeholders community and holistically mainstreaming gender into local government. Therefore, tackling the issues of service delivery, we must also address those specific challenges that relegate women to a subordinate status and impede their empowerment. Leadership and decision-making cannot be addressed simply by the enabling women to vote and hold political office. Substantive challenges need to be made leading to women empowerment in the socially, political, and economic levels. Establishing the gender equality in the long term rely on the numerous legal reforms, affirmative action, and quotas are best practice examples that have begun to correct the gender imbalances in many countries in the region through constitutional mandate, electoral laws, and voluntary party commitment. It is critical that the Department of Women establish a mechanism to effectively implement and monitor enforcement of pro-women laws, quotas, and affirmative provision where they exist at all levels. Research and documentation of the human realities and experience is necessary to establish the impact, identify challenges and gaps that need to be addressed. Documenting the experience will be a strategy which will be used to address the policy gaps and inform appropriate programs to address the gaps. The department should continue to monitor the representation of women across all occupational categories and further develop a women-specific indicator to be integrated into the government-wide monitoring and evaluation system. Furthermore, the department should be empowered and supported to monitor the implementation of international, continental, and national commitments and legislation in relation to the issues of the gender equality and equity. In executing this responsibility, the department must ensure that these pieces of legislation and commitment are integrated into the department annual performance plans and municipal integrated plans, development plans. Government is in partnership with civil society should work together to conduct outreach programs to sensitize women about their political rights and responsibilities. While women are increasing using a constitutional and legal framework, lack of awareness of this provision remains an obstacle that prevents women from fully enjoying this provision. Therefore, increasing political participation requires a thorough understanding of the country political context and the formation of space for citizen participation. Information sharing strategy is essential for the collection and dissemination of information. This should serve as a vehicle for increasing awareness. The move, do you want me to repeat?
No, continue,
the move
Honorable
from
Member.
event-driven 16 days of activism on no violence against women and children to a program that must happen 365 days is applauded. The African Union Heads of State has committed themselves to take action for advancing the status of women in Africa. And the local government has a key role and responsibility in this implementation of international conventions and agreements. In conclusion, Chairperson, let us acknowledge that the mammoth task of achieving the gender equality and equity in our country cannot be performed by Honorable Minister Shabangu and the department. SALGA indeed contribute to the solution and would therefore like to express our clear and deliberated commitment as organized local government to doing our part to make this happen. Malibongwe.
Thank you. Honorable Timbi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Bathinta abafazi, bathinta imbokodo, uzawufa. Chairperson, Chief Whip of the party, of the ANC, Minister in Presidence for Women, honorable members, VIP guests there, up there in the gallery. Chairperson,
Honorable Timbi.
sir.
Take your seat. Honorable Mkwele.
I want to check
do we have a chief whip of ANC in the House, or do we have a chief whip of NCOP?
We do have a chief whip of the National Council of Provinces. Continue, Honorable Tim.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, in South Africa,
Honorable Mtileni. Sorry, Honorable Tim. Honorable Mtileni.
Chairperson of the NCOP.
Honorable Tim.
Withdraw.
Honorable Tim.
Chairperson of the NCOP. Uzawutyani ke ngoku?
Honorable Mtileni.
Thank you.
Why are you standing?
House Chair,
Yes.
may you please ask him to withdraw? There's no chairperson
No.
of the ANC.
There's nothing
The
wrong.
chief
He
whip
has
of the
said
ANC.
it correct. It's a chief whip of the NCOP, but it's a member of ANC.
His mouth is full of ANC,
But it's a chief
ANC.
whip of the NCOP.
Even when we were
Take
in the
your
house,
seat, Mtileni.
his mouth is full of the ANC, ANC.
Mtileni.
Take that off your mind. Huh?
Mtileni, Honorable Mtileni, can you take your seat?
Oh, thank you.
Continue, Honorable Tim.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Dikhale.
Chairperson, in South Africa, from 31st May 2015 to 7th June 2015 was Child Protection Week. The theme for this year's Child Protection Week was working together to protect children. The aim of Child Protection Week was to intensify public focus on protection of children and mobilizing communities to work together to protect children.
Honorable Tim, take your seat. Honorable Mateus, why are you standing?
Just a bit confused here. I thought we were doing the appropriation bill for women, not women and children. And my understanding is that the ministry has been separated now. It's no longer women and children.
Wait, no.
And we have a speaker here. Is it coming back? Oh, it's back now.
Honorable.
It's women and children.
Honorable Mateus,
Yes,
there's nothing wrong. Can you take your seat? Honorable Mqimbi, continue.
Thank you,
It's still part of the debate.
The involvement of South Africa in Child Protection Week is a result of ratifying the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Child. South Africa, as a member state, is expected to ensure that children in South Africa are protected. Chairperson, listen, 1st June was an International Children's Day. South Africa was amongst the countries that celebrate International Children's Day. And International Children's Day was established by Women's International Democratic Federation in Moscow in 1949. Its creation is also in line with the adoption of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Child. Chairperson, the significance of talking about children during a budget vote for the Department of Women is premised on the following. 1, women are still majority primary caregivers of children. According to Statistics South Africa, about 41.9% of black children are living in female-headed households. Chairperson, it is reported that poverty is high among women, especially female-headed households. The issue of women empowerment in South Africa has been incorporated into various national, regional, and international legislative frameworks and programs, plans, and various equity mechanisms have been introduced by this government of the ANC. Despite all the efforts by the South African government, there is still a number of women who have not yet benefited in the gain of democracy. About the above-mentioned statistics is an indication that there is still a need to intensify efforts towards women's emancipation. The establishment of ministry responsible for women is a further commitment by the ANC government to push the women agenda forward. Chairperson, the Department of Women is strategically placed to confront these challenges headed on. And the allocation budget of 2015 will ensure that the emancipation of women in South Africa is a reality for all women in the country. Program 2 of the Department of Women is about ensuring that women are empowered socially, economically, and politically. The Department of Women will be developing sets of intervention plans aimed at increasing women's access and participation into infrastructure value chain, food security, and business funding opportunity. Chairperson, change and go to. Chairperson, apha sithetha ngabafazi. Asithethi ngonotsiba idyokwe. Sithetha ngabafazi abangomama babonisa ilizwe ngo-1956. Sithetha ngabafazi abanediscipline. Asithethi ngabafazi bachola ifaskoti bathi basebenza ekitchen. Batsho besenyelisa oomama bethu abebesebenza emakitchen. Sithetha apha ngomama abanesidima. Omama uRuth, omama uThambo, omama uSisulu, nabanye ke omama. Uyabona ke kukho ke omama baka 2014 chairperson. Aba bazenza omama bethu ababesebenza emakitchen. Bona ke aba baka 2015 chairperson omama.
Honorable Nkimbi, take your seat. Honorable Mtileni, why are you standing?
Ngizwa baba athi ukhuluma ngabo mama laba bangasebenza emakhishini. Ngifuna ukuthi asitshele ukuthi bomama laba basebenza emakhishini akusabo mama na. See what he's trying to say.
Honorable Mtileni, can you take your seat? If you rise, no, take your seat, Honorable Dikhali. Honorable Mtileni, take your seat.
Don't be angry, Mama Dikhali.
Yeah, take your seat, Honorable Mtileni. Take your seat, let me address you. If you decide to rise, it's either you want to raise a point of order or you are intending to ask a question. You can't rise and debate. So I'm making an appeal not only to Honorable Mtileni, but to all the honorable members so that we can be able. Once you rise, we do have a rule book. It's either it's a point of order, but you can't rise and debate because you get an opportunity to debate. Honorable Nkimbi, can you continue?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, where's houses zombini? Sixakwe ngomama baka 2014. Omama ongathi xa bajonga ucimba banesimilo kanti similo kukumila kakuhle. Omama ongathi xa bajonga ucimba banembeko kanti ibona imbeko bayenza umbeko. So ke ndifuna uaphila kwi-South Africans. Wonke abantu boMzantsi Afrika mabayazi into okokuba nguvutha lo uzawuphela. Zonke izinto akho litye loze lihlale phezu kwelinye ilitye elingasayi kususwa. Mabayazi omama bakhumbule.
Honorable Nkimbi, take your seat. Honorable Damini. Honorable Damini.
Thank you very much.
Why are you rising?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. With due respect, we can't hear a debate because of the noise behind us.
Thank you. It's a point of order sustained. Honorable members, howling it's a parliamentary process, but you can't drown the speaker. You can howl, but you can't drown the speaker. Let's allow Honorable Nkimbi to be heard. Can you continue, Honorable Nkimbi?
Thank you, Chairperson. Ndifuna ukuthi ke omama mabakhumbule ilizwi elithi. uYesu uthetha nabafundi bakhe. Uthi indlela enihamba phakathi kuyo ixhakwe ngamangcwaba. Kodwa lamangcwaba ayathetha. Ahonjisiwe. Ukuze ningawanaki. Funa ukuthi ke komama abalwela lenkululeko abafazi ekulungiselelwa bona namhlanje.
Honorable Nkimbi, take your seat. Honorable Mateus.
parliamentary for the speaker to be lecturing women here. I thought we were doing a policy debate. But lecturing on how women must be and mustn't be and whether we wear domestic... That's not a debate.
Honorable Mateus.
But is it
Honorable
parliamentary to
Mateus.
be lecturing how women should be of 2014?
Honorable Mateus.
How old is he that he can even
Honorable
talk
Mateus,
about
take
how...
your seat. Honorable Mateus. Honorable Mateus. You have raised a point of order. That is not a point of order. Take your seat. Continue, Honorable Kimbi.
Mandiphinde chairperson. Funa ukuthi komama isimilo ayikokumila kakuhle ube nefika. Kodwa indlela oziphatha ngayo. Sifuna abafazi abanjalo ke. Bakhona abafazi ongathi nokuba kweli xesha ababaka 2015 noba uyamnikwa ngeke umthathe. Kuba uyamboma unotsiba ijoko. Ndithi umzi wase South Africa mawuphole. Nina nisindile ekreleni bomama bomzantsi Afrika. Hambani ningeni.
Honorable Kimbi. Honorable, why are you standing? Yeah. Okay, point of order.
I think Baba Kimbi is debating out of context.
Can you raise
He has
your
lost
point
it.
of order?
It's a point of order.
I'm listening to you.
If he debates out of context, then may you please ask him to take his seat.
Can you take
He's
your
wasting
seat so
our
that I
time.
can address you?
He's wasting our time.
Can you take your seat so that I can address you? Honorable members, I've started with you, Honorable Mtileni. I appeal to you that once you rise, it's either you are intending to ask a question or you are raising a point of order. And what we are raising, it's a point of debate. Let's allow, there's no point of order. Let's allow Honorable Trimbi to continue. Continue, Honorable Trimbi.
Chairperson.
Honorable Kaul. Take your seat, Honorable Kaul.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I have a problem with my channel 2 here. Ntsiki Dogwe has not been translated to English.
What?
If Ntsiki Dogwe, if that can be translated to English.
Okay, no, we'll see to it that the translation is in order. Honorable Nzimande. Honorable Nzimande. You are connected to Honorable Nzimande.
Right, Honorable Chair, honestly speaking now, Honorable Mukweli, Honorable Bukhosine, they are doing running commentary. I'm really begging to be protected by this house. And now the EFF, they are running up now, up and down, and this is a straightforward debate. They are disrupting the house. Honestly speaking, if this house has no rules that protect members that are in order, then we must develop the rules that protect members that are in order. Because there are people who are disrupting the house deliberately. You've been ruling and advising and guiding. Like just now I'm talking, they are going on and on and on. Chair, we need to be protected in this house.
Thank you, Honorable Nzimande. Honorable Mokwele, can you take your seat? Honorable Mokwele, can you take your seat so that I can deal with this point of order? There's a point of order that has been raised. I must deal with it first. I'm sustaining the point of order. I've indicated that howling is part of what we can do, but you can't drown the speaker. Drowning a speaker is not allowed. Why are you, yeah, you can stand up, Honorable Mukwele, and raise what you want to raise.
Honorable Chair, when you are hijacking this struggle. You are hijacking the struggle. You have never struggled, so you must keep quiet when I talk. You must never ever talk when I talk. You must keep quiet. You are hijacking the struggle. You must keep quiet.
Honorable Mukwele. Honorable Mukwele, let me address you before you continue. No, let me address you. Let me address you. No, let me address you. No, I'll give you the opportunity to raise your point of order. Okay, let me address that. Honorable Mokwele. No. Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Mokwele. You know that it's not parliamentary to just stand up and address a member. Anything that you do, you have to do it via the presiding office. That's. I'm calling everybody to order. I'm calling. You are not recognized, but you are talking. Honorable members, Honorable Damin, take your seat. Honorable members, all of you have indicated that drowning a speaker is not in order. And when you rise, you must be recognized. You can't just stand up and talk. And the last thing, if you want to address us, you have to do it via the presiding officer. You can't just deal with a member. Let's allow Honorable Trimbi to continue. Honorable Trimbi, can you continue?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson.
Point of, okay.
My finger. I don't care about that, whether you say what. Chair, I'm saying, whenever we do something wrong as EFF members in this house, you are noting us by our names. But ANC members, you are not noting them by their names. You generalize the whole house. You must also say, Honorable Dlamini, you are out of order by doing 1, 2, 3. Honorable Manopolo, you are out of order by doing 1, 2, 3. Don't mention us only as if we are the ones that makes this house to derail.
Thank you. Take your seat. I have said, Honorable Dlamini, take your seat. Before you raise your point, Honorable Dlamini is the one who stood up first. Then I said you must take her seat. Honorable Dlamini, why are you standing?
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Dlamini. Honorable.
No.
Mtileni, you are not recognized. But you can't do that, you are not recognized. But you know that that is wrong. Honorable Dlamini, you are recognized.
No,
take your seat, Mtileni.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm standing on a point of order.
Can you speak to your mic so that you can hear you? Yes.
Outside there, I'm Kathy, and she's Manupule outside there. Inside here, we are respected honorable members of parliament.
Thank you. Honorable Trimbi, can you continue?
Chairperson, ekuqaleni kwespeech sam.
No, we can't allow that.
Ekuqaleni kwespeech sam ndithethe ngabazali ndathetha ngabantwana. I-DA ke lamagwala abalekile. Ayazi ukuthi thina sihlala apha eWestern Cape, ayazi into abayenzayo. Khayelitshe uGroteskile ibethe umntwana wabhubha yamlahla phandle apha eWestern Cape kodwa bathi bayalawula balawula kanjani and ngomama aba benze lento emntwaneni yenze iWestern Cape.
Honorable Smith.
Honorable Julius.
Honorable Smith, why are you standing?
Honorable Chair, I'm standing on a point of order on 2 points. Firstly, the Honorable Speaker, each time when you call for him to sit down, he keeps on speaking. So that's the first point. The second point is, I want to know if it's parliamentary for the Honorable Member to refer to the DA Honorable Members that left to say that the cowards that ran away.
Honorable Members, the first one, it's in order. I missed it that was standing. The second point, I'll have to refer to answer to check the context of how it was raised. Take your seat, Honorable Mtileni. The context, not the word, the context. Yes. Continue, Honorable Trimbi.
Chairperson, njengoba besenditshilo ndithi i-DA konakele apha imane iquma nje amahlahla. I want to correct also the Honorable Umaseko, but she ran away. That she was misleading she is misleading the country, saying that ANC is mixing gangsters. As far as I know,
Honorable Quimby.
say.
Honorable Smith.
Honorable House Chair, I'm standing again on a point of order. I want to know if it's parliamentary for the member to say that one of the members of this House have deliberately misled the House. Because it's a serious allegation, and there was previous rulings on saying that members of this House is misleading. If he doesn't have a substantive motion, I don't believe that that can stand in this House.
Thank you. That's a point for debate. Can you continue, Honorable Quimby?
Yes, Chairperson, according to Maseko, who was misleading the House and she left, I think as far as I know, I'm sure even now it doesn't have anything in her hands saying that the ANC is mixing with the gangsterism. Even myself, I know in passages, Plato is mixing with the gangsterism. Though the only thing, the committee, which I'm chairing, security and justice, I think we need to go and make an oversight or call Plato to come and account to this committee. Then we will have no problems of misleading the country. Chairperson, as I said that siyayisupporta thina singkhongolozele budget vote yomama ngoba siyabiza ukuqhuba incede omama siyaqhuba apha singkhongoloza. Aba mama sithetha kangabo ngaba bafuthelwa ke ngomama uSisulu. Asithethi thina ngomama ka2014 aba banxibi overlon sethu mama banezidima nabanxibi fast coat kuhlekiswa ngomama bethu benxibi ifast coat. So ndifuna ukuthi ke Chairperson ilizwe malijonge kakuhle sasine club upha eMthatha kodwa nguvuta yathi dwanga yacima izawucima nale akho into engazuphela bamanyamezele. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Isaac.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, colleagues, fellow South Africans. The irony of a debate on women is that our country is led by a government that shuns from making any real gender transformation within their own party and our government. After 103 years, apply your mind and listen. After 103 years of existence and members of the ANC giving their lives for the revolution, today the ANC government has failed the women of this country. Like so many other mandates, Honorable Minister, like so many other mandates, you continue to fail our people. The DA believes in the empowerment of women. Make no doubt about that. We believe in a commitment of freedom, fairness, and opportunity to all our people.
What is fairness?
It is evident, if you apply your mind, that in our own party, where we govern throughout South Africa, when the Department of Women presented its budget, I expected to hear a few tangible outcomes, Honorable Minister. This is a department that in the past had 1/3 of all staff earning an average of 1 million rand a year, a greater ration of millionaire staff members than the departments of health and education, to name but two. But, Honorable Chair, all I heard today was vague allusions and a use of scholarly words that we constantly see in gender reports and articles. Like previous Minister Shingwana, Minister Shabangu has developed the same gift of talking shop without any real progress or effective use of the budget in this department. Yes, it is good to highlight the many issues that women in South Africa face today, but I must then ask, Where are the interventions, Honorable Minister? Where are the programs? Where is the evidence of interdepartmental relations? Where are the results, Honorable Minister? I plead and beg of you today. The fact, Honorable Chair, is that women constitute 51% of our population.
Honorable Isaac, can
Yes,
you take your
sir.
seat? Honorable Dlamini, why are you standing?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm standing on a point of order. He is misleading the public about the results. I am the results of that department to be
Honorable
here in
Dlamini,
Parliament.
that is not a point of order. Take your seat. Honorable, it's a point of debate. Honorable Isaac, continue.
Honorable Chair, thank you so much for calling the member to order, but I guess she has to take a chance. It's normal. It's Cathy Dlamini. Her reputation speaks for itself. The fact, Honorable Chair, is that women constitute 51% of our population, and yet a special women's department under the presidency, might I add, tells us that we have failed women, but more specifically, and listen carefully now, the ANC and its sexist Women's League has failed to give women true freedom and opportunity. And if you listen, I'll tell you why. Today it is estimated that gender violence against women costs South Africa between 28.4 billion and 42.4 billion per year. This is approximately 0.9 to 1.3% of our GDP annually. Here sits the Honorable Chairperson of the Select Committee of Finance, who will attest to my numbers. Honorable Minister, I appeal that you and your department come up with something better than an extension of 16 days of activism, and maybe apply it to 365 days of activism. Your lackluster ideas are an insult to our women, the taxpayer, and to the people of South Africa. And as you are aware, in conclusion, we are celebrating 60 years after the 1956 Women's March.
Your time has
Yes, I
expired.
know. And I say to you, give a strategic plan. Because as far as the DA is concerned,
Your time has expired.
fairness and opportunity will apply, and not like within the ANC. I thank you.
Honorable Mokhosi.
Ke a leboga modulasetilo ke dumedise Afrika Borwa ka bophara ke re ka sona go na le bomme ba ba kgwatilweng thupa go e utlwa ga ke a utlwa go bua ka bone ha ebile ga le kgatale ka seo mara ga ke lo blame ka gore lo a itse lenyena ANC ke yone e biditseng bakupa ba ba manne gore ba tle go tubula di-membera tsa rona mme ke lo raya ke re ready for nyena nako e nngwe le e nngwe ebile le rona re tla le tubula gore e re lo bona dikhai ko tratelo bo lo sia le re ra ro lelekisa 3,677,561 black women
Take your seat.
between the ages of 15 and 34 are
Mokhosi.
unemployed. They are not attending
Honorable
schools,
Mokhosi.
universities, or colleges, about 49.1% of the total for both genders and races in this age.
Take your seat.
Please, say please.
Honorable Motara.
Chairperson, is it parliamentary for a member of parliament to make threats in the House? She said she did. She will beat us or
It's not parliamentary. Honorable Mokhosi. Can Honorable Mokhosi. Can you refrain from threats? Continue with your speech. Continue with your speech.
In Gauteng, 25.2% of women experienced rape by a man.
Can you please take your seat? Honorable Tlake.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to say what the honorable member is saying is actually a threat. She's actually
Honorable
threatening
Tlake.
us.
Honorable Tlake.
I think she must withdraw.
Honorable Tlake, take your seat. Honorable Mtilen, take your seat. No, you are not recognized. All of you take your seats. Yeah, the three of you. I have made a ruling about that. I have advised the speaker to refrain from making threats. Continue, Honorable Mkhosi.
A study, Sonke Gender Justice, found that in Gauteng province, only 1 in 13 women reported non-partner rape, and overall, only 1 in 25 rapes had been reported to the police. This is unacceptable. When we are expected to accept a budget of 187 million and 2,000, but 43% of this budget is used for administration in the department itself and will have no result whatsoever on the conditions of poor black women. Police stations are hostile to women. When they report rape, we know many women who are told in police stations to resolve issues with husbands who have raped them. We have been to Ward 19 Ndwendwe in KwaZulu-Natal, where women wake up as early as 4 a.m. to fetch water from the river, putting them vulnerable to rape and sexual abuse. Unless we change the socio-economic conditions of our people, which directly affects women, rape will not change, gender-based. Violence will not change, and violence will perpetuate in an endless cycle. Today, almost half of South Africans are living below the poverty line, surviving on just over 500 a month. Women are supposed to carry these families, while white males, CEOs, earn almost 300 times more than the average worker. White general workers earn 6 times more than blacks, and women earning 40% less than men. The Commission of Gender Equality, despite its 67.7 billion allocation, is not accessible to rural and poor women. Government must provide basic services to our people, including clean drinking water, houses, electricity, and jobs, decent jobs. Government must also give free sanitary towels to poor women and young girls in schools, because if you give free condoms, why can't women get free sanitary towels? Women must have access to land. It is unacceptable for traditional leaders to deny women rights to own land when they are the backbone of society. All spheres must reflect the demographics of South Africa per gender and race, meaning there should be a 50% representation of women across all progressive spheres of society. ANC imumudiding jwa ditlhaloganyo inyorilwe hela go mashwe. EFF cannot support such a budget that fails to address the basic issues of women. Ha ke bua jalo ke be ke hologa, ke a leboga.
Honorable Kaula.
Aye, there is 1 minute that is gone here. There is 1 minute that is gone here, Chair.
No, don't worry, Honorable Kaula. Leave the time to me. You can continue.
Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister, I was going to start from somewhere, Honorable Minister. But you see, what South Africa has just experienced going on in this House has made me decide to change course. So they've just rescued you.
Take a detour.
Believe you me, they've rescued you big time. What I want to say to South Africa is, Ndabezitha Shenge, I'm very proud of you. You have brought to this parliament in the past, from 1994 up to now, women of dignity. Women leaders who were in CODESA, standing for women's rights on behalf of the IFP. Women leaders who have been in parliament from 1994. Oh, Mama Ogankosi Shando, oh, Mama Vilagas, oh, Mama Inkamas, oh, Mama Msweli. Wherever you are, big dear ladies, I want to say to you, well done. You have shown what South Africa needs from a woman leader. But I say all the credit goes to our leader. I also want to say to South Africa, I'm very proud of my mother. The way he has brought his children up. I want to say to South Africa, I'm very proud of my sisters, who are my siblings. I want to say to South Africa, I'm very proud of my wife, the manager of my father's house, a woman of dignity. When we talk women empowerment, women issues, that is what you are talking about. We are talking about women who are going to show that there is a future from the children they are bringing up for South Africa. When we talk violence against children, it is women who suffer the most. Because it is women who suffer directly. They are with these children, they bring them up. They feel it more than men. When we talk gender-based violence, irrespective of which woman it has directly happened to, but it affects all women. It affects all of them in the same way. Because of a patriarchal past that is psychological, which South Africa is still suffering even today. It is a mentality. It is a psychology. It will be a process to uproot this from society. It will be a process. I want to say to our colleagues from all political parties in the country, you are representing women of South Africa. And therefore, please, do not demean the struggle for women empowerment. Do not ridicule. Do not ridicule the struggle for women empowerment. Show South Africa there what we mean when we say that women must be given chances. Because through you and the opportunities that you have received, you are a mirror of what we are saying when we say other women must be given those chances. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Lunga lehloniphekile wana.
You can see confidence. You can see confidence.
Thank you, Chairperson. I greet you, Honorable Chairperson of the House, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP in absentia, Chief Whip of the NCOP, Minister, permanent delegates of the NCOP from 9 provinces, distinguished guests, members of the media. Thank you, the discipline of the African National Congress that brought me to that far. Thank you to learn from the trenches of the apartheid. As I'm sitting there, Chairperson, I'm become very hurt. Bantu bakuthi molweni ezilalini. Niyalazi kwijo before 1948 ukufonyishwa kwe-Women's League. Elalicenga lisithi bomama base-Afrika thandazelane Afrika. Ezo zililo, ezo nyembezi zazingabonwa zise-visible and zise-valuable namhlanje. I'm standing here, Chairperson, saying it's 2 days after the commemoration, the gallant fighters of the class of 1976, which were massacred by the apartheid. And we'll never forsake those people, those giant youth, disciplined of South Africans. Ndime apha nje ndilapho elisikisike eNgqusa ngo-1960 yayikwa ngoJuni mntaka Khawula, Phondo revolt. People of our own were killed behamba ngezandla. Lazintonye ke mzikabawo lo rhulumente kaMandela wengodlomane, lo rhulumente kaAlbert kaLithuli wenze nam mnamntana kamavasa ayilinde mntana umntana ongathathi intweni ndimapha nindibukele ndisiza kuni ndizithoba njengenkosazana yakwaMadiba ndithi vumani bantu bakuthi niyibone ingxaki enizifake kuyo xana nivota ngo-2014 ngoba namhlanje apho e-Eastern Cape ndazintonye ne-DA bithe izawuphatha i-Eastern Cape khangikwazi nanamhlanje nabo babane befika apho bantu base-Eastern Cape oko safika apha sifungiswe sonke apha nge-22nd kaMeyi emveni kokuncama izindlu zenu yovotela i-ANC nanamhlanje abantu abengengobalapha bathi abayifuni ibhajethi nenjani nakodwa niyayazi ke ezilalini wozathi umuntu impuku azityiwa kodwa umsila usemlonyeni sihlelo nhlalo ke abantu abamane besithi impuku azityiwa kodwa imilomo igcwele ithe qhu imisila yempuku ngoba ukleyima kubayakleyima kodwa ibhajethi abayifuni nivume ke kulo nyaka uzayo ndiyanithemba ke ndiyanazi bantu bakuthi niphandlwa kube kanye nibone ngoba niyakwazi uzilwela seke nizilwele ke kule game niyazi into yoba i-African National Congress yeyokhokho benu ningahambi nisiva abantu abanithembisa ngento kuthiwa ke phaya ezilalini awuthembisi ngezapholo kodwa awunankomo. The damage of 48 years of the apartheid system. Some people they're saying it's history. Yes, it's history, but the scars are still visible. Cry, beloved country. The Women's League was formed in 1948 for a purpose of defending. And when I'm talking about the Women's League, I'm talking about the people who have been in trenches, carrying guns to shoot down the apartheid. And then said to Blaikan, Nale into Zaikan. Nale into Zaikan. Comrade, on the 9th of August, women of this country, they decided to hold the bull by its horns when they march for the past laws. As a result, Straightdom decided to move. The verification of current, my NCOP chairperson, the verification of the statistics is clear. It's saying the percentage of black women is 80%. But what are we doing to be a disciplined and a collective leadership? And the majority across the colors, women in South Africa, were 27,635,900. What are we doing to defend our own? Cry, the beloved country. Currently, we've made a proof that this organization and their ancestors can build a person from nothing. Today we're talking about our own program as Africans. Vision 2063. Umntwana usuka ngapha KwaZulu-Natal, the international person, has managed to introduce a Vision 2063 because the ANC can build a person. And the people of our own have cried over us, saying, "Kodwa kube nini igazi labantu bethu lisityiwa ngamabhulu." Namhlanje, summit has taken a decision 10 years to try and implement 2063 program. I'm very proud to stand here. UKhaula, we've got bilaterals no Kaula. Because yonke laa nto ayithethileyo le bendizayithetha, saying, I love my family. What a connection. Because namhlanje, before 1994, a girl child was not allowed to go to be a professional doctor. She was not even allowed to be an engineer. But after 1994, all the doors are open. They're open currently. Look in my province. Thank you, Madiba. Thank you, O.R. Tambo. Thank you, Thabo Mbeki, to give us lessons, to give us discipline. Because today, when I'm talking about women, we've got in the legislature, Speaker is the woman, Deputy is a woman, 8 portfolio committees are women, district municipalities. Cry, the beloved country. Chrisan, thank you to be the commander, to fight the Wanke wars. Because today, your own district municipality is led by a woman, by people who are giving.
Honorable Wana, sorry, can you please take your seat? Honorable Pakis.
Chair, the DA member behind me just said the president, our president, is a womanizer. Can he substantiate that statement?
Honorable.
And you must just withdraw that statement.
You have 2. Which one? Honorable Mikarakis.
Honorable Chairperson, I withdraw.
Can you please withdraw and apologize?
Honorable Chairperson, I said I withdraw. I'm not obliged to apologize.
Continue, Honorable Luana.
In my own province, our majority councillors are women. Bantu bakuthi ke, njengoba niyibonile le nto sihleli kuyo apha, ngabantu abazawufika apho bengxame kakhulu. Ndiyanicela, umntwana womntu ke okhule emzini ongavalwa inyanga kuthiwa masithandaze ngaba nibabonayo namhlanje. Ngoba lokhu wonke umuntu ubhizi kuzama uxhelwa le African National Congress and awuliwini igazi labantu xa uthi uyalisela nje. Ndiyanicela ke bantu bakuthi khake nibajonge kakuhle aba bantu ngoba namhlanje.
Honorable Luana, can you please take your seat? Honorable Mokhosi, why are you standing?
On a point of order.
Okay.
Ke re mme wa le rora nna ke sengwe le sengwe ke a re le ene.
Honorable Mokhosi, can you withdraw what you have said? It's an honorable member. Honorable Mokhosi. Honorable Mokhosi, I'm addressing order members. Honorable Mokhosi, there's nothing wrong that was said by Honorable Luana. You said you are raising a point of order. Instead of raising a point of order, you raise a statement. Can you retract what you have said?
O buile ke utlwile nka be ke sa ema ke mo utlwile o buile yana ke a re lene.
No, take your seat. Take your seat. No. We'll have to refer the matter and check what was exactly said. Because even the translation, I'm missing it from what Honorable Mkhosi is saying. So I might not be in a position to make a proper ruling about it. Can you continue, Honorable Wana, and conclude? Honorable Mtimonyi, we are not recognized. Okay.
With due respect, the speaker on the podium might have said something wrong. But for Honorable Mkhosi to counteract and say something wrong on top of something wrong is also out of order.
Honorable Mtimonyi, take your seat. I've made a ruling. I'm saying I might be disadvantaged in making a proper ruling about what she has said. So I've made a ruling about it because I might have missed what she has said, because she has said it in a language that is more of a disadvantage to me. But can you continue and conclude, Honorable One? Take your seat, Honorable Mtini. You are not recognized. You are not recognized. Why are you standing? Mtilieni. Honorable Mtileni. Honorable Mtileni. I'm also pleading with you. Honorable Mtileni. Honorable Mtileni. Honorable Mtileni. Honorable Mtileni. Honorable Mtileni. Honorable Mtileni. Respectfully so, take your seat and I want to address you. Respectfully so, take your seat. Yes, that is why I'm going to address you. Yes, respectfully so, take your seat. Honorable Mtileni, you know, no, Honorable Manopule, take your seat. Honorable Mtileni, before you can speak in this chamber, you must be recognized. You just imagine if all of you can, if all the members can do what you are doing. It can be chaos. You stand up, no, there's no member that will rise on a point of order that will be deprived an opportunity. But I've made a ruling about the matter. There's no way that I'll review my ruling. Honorable Wana, can you conclude?
Thank you, Chairperson. Mna Chairperson, angikhange ngikhathazeke noba umuntu ngathetha ntoni ngoba into emdaka ibuyela kuwe. Not namhlanje, not ngomso. So that's why I didn't worry myself. Ndisatsho nangoku ndisathi bantu bakuthi. Bantu base Eastern Cape, seke nizincede, nizinqweme nibuye umva. Kwaba bantu bazenza bazawuza apho. Mandibulele, Chairperson, le nto ithethwa nguMinister othi bazawuya ezilalini. Bantu basewaThambo safika apho sithi yi umagwalandini ziyamka inkomo. Sisizisa iprograms zalo muntu.
Honorable Wana, your time has expired, Mama. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Women, Honorable Shabango. Sorry, Honorable Minister. You can take your seat. Honorable Mtileni, why are you standing?
I'm standing. I'm seeing something. You know, I don't know if it is parliamentary for the Honorable Minister to kiss Honorable One. What is that supposed to mean to us? So, can I also ask a favor from the Minister?
Come.
Honorable Mtileni. Honorable Mtileni.
Chair, was that a point of privilege?
Honorable Minister, continue. Order, members. Honorable Faber.
Yes, Honourable Chair. I would just like to know, is the Honourable Member walking over to the ANC? It seems there's some relationship.
Continue, Honorable Minister. Order, members. Let's allow the Minister to respond.
Thank you, Chairperson. May I take this opportunity to thank the members for their constructive contribution, but also issues which are raised by honorable members from the ANC, from IFP, are very constructive. This ministry is facing challenges, including its budget. That's why we're raising that upfront. When there are challenges, you are not in denial, but also you don't distort, because if you do that, it becomes a challenge. I welcome Honorable Kaula. Indeed, we are women. We bear nations. We bear both men and women. That is why we have a nation, and thank you for the tribute you've honored to women. CODESA was an important part of our history. But also it's a history where we all came together in making sure that the women's agenda is at the center of our democracy, at the center of our freedom. Hence, Mam Faith Gasa led the women in the IFP. But also I'm proud to say these women managed to respond to across color lines and reached out to all women in South Africa. We never looked at who was coming from where. And we contributed to even women who thought that color was an issue. We reached out to everybody, including National Party, including the Democratic Party of the day then. We reached out to all the women. And we are proud, as ourselves being young women at that time, who managed to extend a hand of friendship to all the women in this country. But that was part of the Women's Charter, where all women in this country came together in fighting apartheid. These are the results. We are proud to be here today. Our struggle was not just about being presidency. Our struggle was about the emancipation of women of this country. It was about the struggle of ensuring that we are treated equally. It was about the struggles of gender in our society. And that struggle, it's not an event, it's a journey. It's a journey which we will achieve. I am positive I might not be able to live to the day when there's parity and where there's total emancipation and gender equality in this country, but that ideal I believe in, we will be there. We can see people coming here, romanticizing and saying certain things, but the laws which we've worked very hard and sweat for are basics and the foundations of moving forward. We are here today, also some of us being privileged to being those young kids, students of 1976. We are here today because of the sweat and the sacrifice we made as students of Soweto. This is the outcome. We are proud to be that. That is why we will never take shortcuts, because we know the pain, we know the suffering of having to struggle through any issue in this country, including patriarchy. As a young woman, I know what were the struggles, what are the difficulties. Even today, we're still living in a patriarchal society. For me, I'm not romanticizing these issues. They are real to me as a black woman. I cannot come here and become a poem like Honorable Maseko and be poetic about the difficulties of our women when where we stay today, as we speak today, what is the situation in Kyalami, in Kayelisha? What is the situation in Masiphumelele? Where are the houses for women and children in this place? Which party consciously say that there are people who don't belong to this part of the world, despite that they were South Africans? And this is the party which claims to enshrine and believe in the Constitution, but at the same time implements segregation. Is that the party? Is that what we fought for? That's not what we fought for. That's not what I laid my life for in this country. That's not what I laid for when I said Madiba must be out of prison. And I'm proud. I said Mandela will be out in my lifetime, and it has happened. What I've got to lay the basis, it's for future generations, that ideal world, that ideal South Africa of non-sexist, non-racist, prosperous, united South Africa. I might not see that South Africa, but the future generations, I'm laying the foundations, like Mangoi, who laid the foundation for me, like Mamgasa, in her struggles, made me to be what I am today, and I'm proud. And those women, we must always honor them in truth and in reality, instead of romanticizing our struggles. This is a province today which decided to set up, outside the framework of the constitution of our country, the Western Cape today has a police ombudsman. Where is the United South Africa? Where do they belong? Why are they creating a country within a country? Why are they exonerating themselves from the constitution of the country? They are talking of education. They are talking of education. Is it not this education in the Western Cape, which at some point threw out poor kids and shut down the schools? Is it not the Western Cape? Is it not? Is it not the Western Cape?
Honorable Shabangu, Minister.
Chair, on a point of order, the Honourable Minister is misleading the House because schools are closed right through the country on ANC policy.
Honorable Slabuskachen, you know that
That's
is
a point
that
of
is
order.
not
The
a
Minister
point
is
of
misleading
order.
the House.
It's
Can
a point for debate. Can you continue, Honorable Minister?
Honorable Chairperson, thank you. This is the province not long ago which was shutting down schools of the poor. This is the province which continues on racial grounds and care for the wealth, those who are wealthier instead of those who are poor.
Honorable Minister, Honorable.
Chairperson, I have to stand up on a point of privilege.
Let me listen to that point of privilege.
I cannot let people speak racism on behalf of the Western Cape government. The Western Cape government can speak for themselves.
Honorable Panlingen.
We cannot continue the racial slur in this House, Chairperson. We've got to stop it if we want to build a united South Africa.
I've allowed you to use the point of privilege. But the unfortunate part is that you are rising and raising a point of debate. Let's allow the Honorable Minister to continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Is this not the province, as we speak today, where children are more at risk than any other province? Is it not this province where it deals with issues of drugs and continues to make noise instead of dealing and addressing the root causes of this problem, of its problem? It's this province which I must say, as we speak today, how many women who are in their executive, how do they represent women when they don't even have the sizable number in their cabinet? Patriarchy rules in the Western Cape. You cannot have a province which has a tinge of women, of a woman, and say there's progress.
Minister. Honorable Isaac, why are you standing?
Obviously, Honorable Chairperson, the order paper here says 5 minutes. It's now, according to the stopwatch, 8 minutes. You got it there.
Honorable Isaac. Honorable Isaac. Honorable Isaac. Can you take your seat? Can you take your seat? Honorable Isaac. Honorable Isaac, you can't do what you're doing. Honorable Minister has got 10 minutes, not even 5 minutes you're talking about. It's 10 minutes.
I
Yes,
left
10
it
minutes.
deliberately to respond.
Honorable-
I left it deliberately.
Honorable
I
Faber.
left it deliberately. I knew I'm coming back for you. That's why it's 10 minutes.
Honorable Faber, why are you standing?
Exactly.
Honorable Chair,
No, I don't want your
this
kiss.
program,
It will
electronic
infect you.
system of us.
No, I don't want your kiss. It's very
Honorable
dangerous.
Chair, can I
No.
please?
Can you take your seat, Honorable Faber? Honorable Labuskachen, take your seat. Can you take a seat? I want to address the point of order first. You can't have a point of order on top of a point of order. If the screen was showing you 5 minutes, it's out of my control. I think you have it, that it's 10 minutes. Let's allow the Honorable Minister to continue. Continue, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister,
Thank you,
continue.
thank you, Honorable Chair. I deliberately left myself 5 minutes. I spoke for 15 minutes. I'm taking my 5 minutes and the 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Can I quote a poem? It doesn't interest me if the story you are telling me is true. I want to know if you can disappoint another to be true to yourself. If you can bear the accusations of betrayal and not betray your own soul. If you can be faithless and therefore be trustworthy. Honorable Isaac, may I say to you, when you talk about issues of fairness, where's fairness? Immediately as I say, Honorable Isaac, you say, yes, ma'am. Boss mentality. I'm not a ma'am. I'm honorable member. Please, please. It's a mindset which we're trying to fight, which Honorable Kaula was referring to. I'm not ma'am. I'm honorable member of this house or honorable minister. So can I say, the mandate and fairness and opportunity you're talking about, we have a history in this country. Our kids and myself never had the privilege of the same education you had because of the system of apartheid. We are fixing that. So may I bring to your attention that whatever you do, honorable member, justice has to be done by making sure there's fairness in this country. Even if it means we must bring affirmative action, equality, that's what we stand for. I must say, honorable member, as South Africa,
Honorable Isaac, why are you standing?
Honorable Chair, with due respect, and I'm talking to you, I rise on a point of order that the Honorable Minister is alluding to the fact that she has not had the education that I have had. Let me remind you, Honorable Chair, I know my roots, I know where I come from, and if she wants to so play the apartheid game, I too am a product of apartheid, but I have got to wake up and I've smelled the coffee. That's why I'm in the DA.
Can I say,
That is not
honorable
a point
member,
of order.
those
It's a
who
point
are
of
beneficiaries of apartheid, indeed it will hurt. It will hurt. But I must also say, honorable Chair, as we stand here today, our people out there, they know there's no other party.
Before you can conclude, Honorable Minister, let me allow Honorable Smith. Why are you standing?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. It seems it takes you very long to respond to the opposition when we stand up on points of order, but in any way. Honorable House Chair, I want to ask whether it's parliamentary for the Honorable Minister to address one of the members directly in this House.
It's not parliamentary. The Honorable Minister must refrain from doing that. She can do that via me. I
Honorable
sustain
Chair,
your point of order.
I must say, iyatswemba, iyasika, imasikizi, iqiniso injalo. Can I also say in conclusion, Chairperson, Honorable Mukhoshi, sonke justice, Mukhoshi, Honorable Justice, sonke justice, it's an institution which don't have the interest of women at heart. I'm sitting with civil society, which has complained they're controlling money, they're controlling women. This is supposed to be a progressive organization of men which takes care of women. So I'm just saying, be careful what you quote and refer to, that you're not taking us back. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Order members, on behalf of the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, let me take this opportunity to thank Salga, special delegate, and the minister for availing themselves for this debate. Let me make this one small announcement that an arrangement has been made with transport that it will be leaving at 30:30. So the Honorable Minister Kwele of Telecommunications has invited us in Old Assembly for a cocktail dinner. That concludes the debate and the business of the day. Members are requested to remain standing until the procession has left the chamber. The House is adjourned.